The infinite city of the apocalypse. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Sasha's Happiness. Over there, Zhuang Yuan, who heard Qianxuan's words, also turned his eyes over. Sasha, you also awakened your superpowers? He raised his eyebrows. His tone was like a smile. When Sasha heard this, she felt guilty, so she said something else. Well, I'm a little sleepy and want to go to bed. As she said that, she raised her feet and was about to leave. But Zhuang Yuan's action was faster than her, and he grabbed her wrist. We are talking about your superpowers. His tone was flat, as if he had no emotions, but Sasha knew he was angry. Zhuang Yuan stared at Sasha's flashing eyes, insisting on knowing the answer. In his eyes, Sasha was still the little girl who was a little frank and willful, and would share everything with him, no matter what happened. But now, this little girl actually wanted to hide something as important as superpowers from him. Inevitably, Zhuang Yuan was a little sad and lost, and felt that his position in Sasha's heart had become lighter. It must be said that people in love, regardless of gender, are blind, and are the cutest fools in the world. Zhuang Yuan only saw Sasha's guilty conscience, but ignored the embarrassment and shame in her eyes. Zhuang Yuan's relentless pressure made Sasha, who was still a little guilty, explode. She shook off Zhuang Yuan's hand and punched his chest in anger. It's all you. It's all you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have awakened such a wretched superpower. At first, she was a little bluffing, but later she felt justified and felt that it was all Zhuang Yuan's fault. After saying this, Sasha turned and ran away. Zhuang Yuan was stunned, then reacted and quickly chased after her. The incident happened in a flash. Qianxuan and others were stunned and looked at each other, not understanding what the couple was doing and why they suddenly quarreled. Especially Qianxuan. She originally wanted to use teasing Sasha to adjust the atmosphere, but how did things suddenly exceed her expectations? Looking at their posture, Qianxuan felt a little self-blame, worried that their relationship would be affected. After the celebration banquet, the logistics team stayed to clean up the tables, chairs, and dishes, and everyone dispersed and went back to their rooms to rest. That night, Qianxuan tossed and turned all night because she was worried about the couple who seemed to be quarreling. She slept very restlessly. When she woke up in the morning, she found the dark circles under her eye bags. It took half an hour of ice to make the dark circles disappear. After breakfast, Qianxuan confirmed from the servant that Sasha and Zhuang Yuan had not gotten up yet. She picked up a book and sat in the living room to wait for the two people. Half an hour later, Zhuang Yuan and Sasha came out hand in hand to eat breakfast. Seeing the deep affection between the two people, Qianxuan was relieved. Seeing Qianxuan, Sasha let go of Zhuang Yuan and sat next to her. Before Qianxuan could say hello to her, her hand touched Qianxuan's armpit and began to tickle her. Ha ha ha. Qianxuan, who was always ticklish, couldn't help laughing. Do you dare to do it again? Huh? Sasha didn't mean to stop. You've become bolder, haven't you? You dared to laugh at me twice yesterday. Haha. No. Ha. I don't dare. Haha. Qianxuan quickly begged for mercy breathlessly. Sasha raised her eyebrows. You wish you want me to let you go so easily? Her actions became even more aggressive. Okay. Haha. Aunt. You tell me. What do you want? Haha. Qianxuan laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Sasha narrowed her eyes, revealing a little cunning. Well, let's go to the trading floor today, and you will pay for my expenses. Qianxuan nodded quickly. If she continued to tickle like this, she would fall off the sofa. Seeing Qianxuan nod, Sasha reluctantly stopped. At this moment, Qianxuan had collapsed on the sofa with a faint flush on her cheeks, watery eyes, tears on her slightly curled eyelashes, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised due to inertia. The unintentional display of affection made even Sasha, who was also a woman, blush. Qianxuan was not conscious at all. After her breathing became even, she asked, "Do you want to go to the trading floor?" He didn't think there was anything there that they didn't have. Sasha concealed her reaction. Yes, I heard that many people exchange antique jades for food, and the price is very cheap. Qianxuan smiled. That's worth a look. But you two are so close. Do you want me to be a light bulb? As she spoke, her eyes turned between the two of them in an ambiguous way. Sasha wrinkled her nose. Yuan is not going. He is going to discuss things with some of his colleagues. As she spoke, she glared at Yuan fiercely. Qianxuan was amused. You know, Sasha used to be a little wife to Yuan, and she didn't dare to be so presumptuous. It seems that something happened between the two of them yesterday, and it went very well. After being glared at by Sasha, Yuan did not argue for himself, but just touched his nose embarrassedly. He also felt guilty. After all, the two of them had been reunited after a long separation, and their relationship had just made a breakthrough. He should have spent more time with her, but he had to go to build an assassination team. Taking advantage of the early time and the fact that the sun was not so scorching, they set off as soon as Sasha finished breakfast. Tell me, what happened between you and Brother Yuan last night? On the way to the trading field, Qianxuan leaned close to Sasha's ear and asked. The hot breath from Qianxuan's mouth hit her ears, reminding Sasha of the scene last night. Her cheeks turned red, and she stammered, yes, he proposed to me. At the end of her words, her voice became smaller and smaller, and her head had already dropped to her chest. Ah. Qianxuan couldn't help screaming, but fortunately Sasha quickly covered her mouth, and didn't embarrass them in the street. Sasha took her hand away from Qianxuan's mouth, after making sure she wouldn't scream again. Although Qianxuan's emotions calmed down, her eyes were still wide open. No way. The action was too fast. She had just made up her mind yesterday. She thought Yuan would need some time to prepare, but she didn't expect him to be so fast. Sasha was shy and nodded slightly. Qianxuan asked, what's your answer? At this time, Qianxuan was full of curiosity. I agreed. Sasha's voice was just a little louder than a mosquito. You just agreed so easily? Qianxuan was very surprised. No way. Sasha's face had returned to normal at this time. I asked to wait for my sister and second brother to come back before getting married. Isn't that reasonable? Do you still need to ask? Qianxuan's tone was full of disappointment. Have you forgotten your previous ambitions? What ambitions? Sasha was very confused. You really forgot? Qianxuan sighed. When your first book was published, you, Zio Minimum and Luoluo, the four of us, got together to celebrate for you. Who was the one who got drunk at the bar and shouted, 999 roses, a private room at a high-end Western restaurant, a candlelight dinner, a diamond ring of more than 3 carats, a vintage luxury wedding dress adorned with pearls, and I have to kneel down. Oh, and I want him to say a lot of sweet words to coax me. If he can't do any of this, I'll make him single for the rest of his life. Her voice was full of ridicule. Sasha was embarrassed. Did she really say that? How come she had no recollection of it at all? But, she wouldn't think that Qianxuan made it up. Wasn't I drunk? I don't even remember it myself. Sasha stammered. Truth comes out when you're drunk. Qianxuan glanced at her with a smile. Don't say you really haven't thought about it. Even if you say you haven't thought about it, I won't believe it. Sasha understood the hidden meaning of her words very well, and made excuses for herself uncomfortably. Well, isn't it the end of the world now? Even if I want to, the conditions don't allow it. Could she say that the moon was too beautiful last night, making Yuan's face even more attractive, and that guy smiled too gently, so she was accidentally deceived by his beauty? Did Yuan kneel down? Did he coax you with sweet words? Qianxuan asked maliciously. Sasha was at a loss for words, and finally said, I don't care. Anyway, I have agreed. Can I regret it? In this world, it's good to have someone who likes you, and you like him, and neither of you has turned into a zombie. Qianxuan was stunned. Yes, it's great. Her tone was full of sighs and regrets. Sasha was stunned, and then she thought of the mess between Qianxuan and the man named Emoki, and was very entangled for a while. Maybe people are always greedy, just like her. She has achieved happiness, and she hopes that everyone around her can also be happy. She had mixed feelings towards Emoki, the man Qianxuan had loved. She had a hidden hostility towards him, because he was the source of Qianxuan's hurt and her change of temperament. She even wondered sometimes if Qianxuan had not met him, would she still be the happy Qianxuan? But she was grateful to him, grateful that he had loved Qianxuan wholeheartedly. At the same time, she was also deeply curious about this man she had only heard of, curious about what kind of person he was that made Qianxuan fall in love with him. Chapter 77 Trading Market. Next, the two walked in silence for more than 20 minutes to the trading market. Looking at the scene in front of them, Qianxuan and Shasha were both surprised. "It's incredible," Shasha murmured. Qianxuan nodded. If she hadn't seen those supernatural beings with obvious appearance changes walking back and forth, she would have thought that the end of the world was just a dream. There were all kinds of shops, clean and spacious streets, and bustling crowds. Everything was just like before the end of the world. However, if you look closely, you can still see the difference, just like the expressions on people's faces, which were more indifferent than before the end of the world, and there was a kind of deep vigilance towards the surrounding environment. The two walked along and looked carefully. They found that, although there were many shops, there were actually only so many types. Most of them were clothing stores, grain stores, weapons stores, water stores, and oil stores, which were the most needed materials for humans at present. Unexpectedly, the two also saw several restaurants and even a fruit store. Qianxuan took a look. Although there were not many types and the prices were ridiculously expensive, it was still fresh. "Where did you get these fruits from?" Qianxuan was shocked. Although she herself had no shortage of fruits, she also knew how scarce fruits were now. For people like them, Silver Starry Sky was still okay. She would occasionally take out some fruits from the space and distribute them to the soldiers below as welfare. I heard from Qianming that most of the other survivors had not tasted fruits for several months, except for the few days after the apocalypse, when they could find some fruits in supermarkets or vegetable markets. Some of her fruits were collected from supermarkets and placed in the space to keep fresh, and some were fruits from fruit saplings collected before and grown up in the inheritance realm. But where did this fruit shop get the fruits from? "I know that," Shasha replied with a smile. "I heard that the owner of this store was a retired carder. In his spare time, he planted a large area of fruit trees in his backyard and took care of them himself. As a result, half of the fruit trees in that area mutated some time ago, and the remaining half of the fruit trees were sucked dead by the mutated fruit trees. Just when the boss was very sad, all the mutated fruit trees, including many fruit trees that should not bear fruit in this season, bore fruit." "Are you kidding?" Qianxuan was surprised. "Can the fruit of mutated fruit trees be eaten? Besides, the boss has no power. Can he protect those mutated fruit trees? Now is not the end of the world. Those mutated fruit trees are basically cash cows. Isn't there anyone who is jealous and wants to snatch them by force?" In response to Qianxuan's series of questions, Shasha chuckled. "It's funny, the fruits of mutant fruit trees should indeed be inedible. At least the mutant fruit trees in other places are like this, but this boss's mutant fruit trees are an exception. I heard that those fruit trees also started to produce hard, rough, and stone-like fruits, and then the boss sighed. It would be great if these were all normal fruits." As a result, the next day, the fruits of those mutant fruit trees really turned into normal fruits that can be eaten. Later, the boss opened this fruit shop and made a fortune every day. Of course, there are also people who are jealous and want to use tough means to rob, but they find that it is useless because only that boss can pick fruits from those mutant fruit trees. Others who go to pick will explode as soon as they touch those fruits. If you want to rob those fruit trees and let the boss pick them, the boss is stubborn. Because he has no children, the fruit trees he raised with his own hands are his lifeblood, and no matter how you threaten or tempt him, he will not compromise. Qianxuan was thoughtful for a while, and then asked Shasha curiously, "How do you know these things, Shasha?" Shasha pursed her lips slightly, and a little sweetness oozed out of her eyes. "Before coming here, Zhuang Yuan told me all about the situation in the trading market. The situation of this fruit store is now known to everyone, so I naturally know it." Qianxuan didn't say anything after hearing this, but just looked at Shasha ambiguously, causing her cheeks to blush. In addition to the regular stores, the two also found some strange stores, such as a store that specializes in commodification, which is very prosperous, and a store that specializes in making dry food that is easy to preserve and not easy to spoil. In addition, there is a weapon store that not only sells guns and sabers, but also can customize weapons according to the needs of customers. After a round, Qianxuan did not find the store that Shasha said sold antique jade, so she cast a puzzled look at Shasha. Yuan said that the store that sells antique jade is at the innermost part of the trading market. There are some private stalls, and there are no special stores. Shasha also looked around, and finally took Qianxuan's hand, and walked in one direction. Qianxuan followed Shasha leisurely, and found that they were walking in more and more remote places, and met fewer and fewer people. After passing through several narrow alleys, and changing directions several times, the scene in front of them opened up, and a street several meters wide appeared, surrounded by such stalls. The only difference was that these stall owners did not shout out their wares, but were guarding their stalls with their heads down. Qianxuan thought about it for a moment and understood. These stall owners were either collectors or wealthy people before the end of the world. Some of them even sold their favorite things or heirlooms passed down from their ancestors. But now they have to sell these things at a low price to make ends meet, so how can they have the interest to shout out their wares? They might even be bleeding in their hearts. The two were not in a hurry, but just walked through the stalls carefully. Coincidentally, they both skipped the porcelain. Shasha felt that the porcelain was too big, and they could not use the space openly, so it was too troublesome to carry it. As for Qianxuan, she herself did not like these old porcelains very much. One reason was that she felt that these porcelains were used by the ancients and were not clean. Another reason was that she felt that the ancient porcelains, except for blue and white porcelain and some special porcelains like guanine bottles, were too fancy, especially the Tang porcelains with the best porcelain craftsmanship, which were even more colorful, which made her, who loved the simple and generous style, very dislike it. In comparison, she still preferred the exquisite bone porcelain. Although it had no historical value, it felt delicate, more refined and elegant, and clean. As a result, the two of them cast their eyes more on various gold and jade wares. Zuan, what do you think of this? At this time, Shasha gently bumped Qianxuan's waist with her elbow. Qianxuan turned her head to look. Not bad. Do you want to buy it? Shasha was playing with a pair of thin silver bracelets in her hands. The style of the bracelets was very simple. The thin little finger-wide bracelet surface was simply outlined with a few strokes of orchid grass, which was both elegant and fresh. The color of the bracelet was still very bright, and it was obviously not an antique, but a new one. Well, Sasha looked up and asked the stall owner, "Boss, how much is this?" The listless middle-aged stall owner raised his drooping head slightly and looked at the pair of silver bracelets. "Half a pound of rice or flour." The voice was listless. "This price is indeed very cheap." Qianxuan was well prepared and pretended to take out a bag of half a pound of rice from her backpack and handed it to the stall owner. When Sasha put the pair of silver bracelets on her hands, Qianxuan turned her eyes to other things on the stall. At this time, she found a blood-colored jade pendant in the corner of the stall and reached out to pick it up. At this time, the stall owner, who had been ignoring them, suddenly looked up at Qianxuan and then quickly lowered his head. Qianxuan was puzzled and carefully looked at the killing jade pendant in her hand. This look really made her see the difference. Not to mention the exquisite carving of this jade pendant, the material alone shocked her. Originally, looking at the color, she thought it was the precious red jade among the jadeite, but once she got it, she found that its material was not hard jade, but nephrite. And the color of nephrite is red. Is this blood jade? Qianxuan couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. She looked at the color of the blood jade and found that it was indeed that kind of fishy and ominous bright red. When it was exposed to the sun, the bright red color was slowly moving like it was alive. Her hand trembled, and she almost let the jade pendant fall from her hand. "What did you say? Blood jade?" Shasha looked at the jade pendant in her hand anxiously. "Blood jade, isn't that something in the legend?" Seeing her curiosity, Qianxuan stuffed the killing jade pendant into her without hesitation, and at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. You know, she almost didn't throw the jade pendant away just now, and she had already spent a lot of effort. That is blood jade, the blood jade that is said to be formed after being held in the mouth of a dead person for hundreds of years. In hundreds of years, how much saliva must have been stained on the jade, how dirty it must be. Chapter 78, Foreseeable Dilemma. Hey, Qianxuan, do you want to buy it? Shasha said with sparkling eyes while holding the killing jade pendant. Qianxuan's mouth twitched slightly. What's its use? Her tone was full of disgust. You actually asked what it's used for? Shasha's eyes widened. This is the legendary blood jade. Even if it is not valuable now, it can be passed on to future generations as an heirloom. Qianxuan raised her eyebrows. Oh, you haven't married into the Zhuang family yet, but you are already thinking about future generations. It seems that you seem to want to get married earlier. Do you want me to tell Brother Zhuang? He will be happy to fulfill your wish. Don't talk nonsense to me. Shasha was angry. In a word, I want to buy this jade pendant. Qianxuan was entangled and mentioned weakly. Don't you think this jade pendant is too dirty? Where is it dirty? Shasha looked at the pure and clear blood jade in her hand, very puzzled. Qianxuan glanced at the jade pendant. It's been stained with saliva for hundreds of years, and it's the saliva of a dead person. Shasha was silent. The stall owner, who had been secretly listening to their conversation, could not help but twitch his eyes. In the end, because Shasha insisted, Qianxuan still took out 10 kilograms of rice in exchange for the killing jade pendant. Next, they continued to visit these antique stalls, and Qianxuan also bought a lot of things. Apart from other things, there were 4 things that she liked the most. A pair of small golden pigs as big as fists, an inch-long pocket jade rue, i.e., a piece of pure and bright amber, and a string of beautifully polished obsidian bracelets. When they were almost done shopping and were about to leave, Shasha suddenly stopped, grabbed Qianxuan, and pointed to the opposite side. Qianxuan, look. Qianxuan looked in the direction of her finger. Jiang Xiaoyang and Ping Xiafang. Compared with Ping Xiaoyan's bright and beautiful appearance, Ping Xiafang, as her sister, has worse facial features, but she is also a beautiful woman with a gentle temperament. Qianxuan frowned. How could the two of them be together? And from the way they get along, although they are not close, they are harmonious. Need I say more? Sasha snorted. I know that men, especially successful men, will never lack confidants. He may love a woman, but that does not mean he will reject other women's pursuit of him. Don't say it, they are coming. Qianxuan reminded. Sasha looked over, and sure enough, the two people had seen them, and were walking towards them. Long time no see. Jiang Xiaoyang's voice was low, without any emotional fluctuations, but there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. Long time no see. Qianxuan replied indifferently. Also, congratulations on surviving the infection of the zombie virus. The tone was very meaningful. Thank you for your care. Jiang Xiaoyang noticed her subtle tone, but did not pursue it too much. Seeing that Qianxuan and Shasha were silent, Jiang Xiaoyang took the initiative to introduce the two parties. This is Ping Xiafang, Ping Xiaoyan's sister. These two are Wu Qianxuan and Zhu Shasha. The three actually knew each other, but they just had no intersection in real life. I've heard a lot about you, the eldest lady of the Wu family and the second lady of the Zhu family. Ping Xiafang extended her hand in a friendly manner. If someone else called her out like that, Qianxuan would not pay attention, but the identity of this woman, coupled with the unscrupulous inquiry in her eyes, made people feel that her address was meaningful. Qianxuan didn't care. Same. The fourth lady of the Ping family, and reached out to touch her. Shasha also followed suit and reached out to shake hands with her, and they separated after a slight touch. Neither party felt that there was anything to talk about with the other party. Qianxuan took the lead in saying that she had something to do and had to leave, and the other party nodded politely. After walking a few hundred meters and making sure that the other party couldn't hear her, Shasha complained and muttered, "It's really unpleasant to stand with those two." Qianxuan smiled. "Anyway, it's just a chance encounter. Maybe we won't have the chance to meet again in the future." When Shasha heard her say this, she thought it was true and was relieved. Her mood improved again. Behind them, Ping Xiafang looked at the backs of the two with a complicated look. Sure enough, whether it's the former Yuanxi or today's encounter with Wu Qianxuan and Zhu Shasha, there is no simple woman from the 8 major clans. Such a woman, no matter how smart, also retains her own innocence, as if she was born to be loved. Unlike the daughters of the Ping family, they have been constantly performing and competing with each other since birth, regardless of sisterhood, just to get the favor and special treatment of Ping Jiangwei, so as to get status and a relatively good marriage. Ping Xiuan may be an exception. Although she is paranoid and unruly, she is the most self-centered among them. However, from the moment she fell in love with someone from the 8 major clans, her fate was doomed. Unlike Ping Xiuan, Ping Xiafang was very clear about the grievances between the Ping and Jiang families and the 8 clans. He also knew that there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties, and they would fight to the death. When Jiang Shaoyang heard Ping Xiafang mention Yuanxi, his face turned cold, and he didn't answer anything. After returning home, Qianxuan and Shasha separated. Qianxuan hurriedly went to find Wu Wan's and told him about the owner of the fruit shop. After listening, Wu Wan's frowned and thought, "Tell me what you think first." Qianxuan drank a sip of herbal tea. Based on this incident, we have reached a preliminary conclusion on something that we couldn't conclude before. First of all, the mutant plants should have autonomous consciousness. After all, instinct will not let those mutant fruit trees understand the words of the boss and bear normal fruits. From this incident, it can also be inferred that the mutant plants have not actually lost their original characteristics, but that characteristic seems to be hidden because it is not needed by the plants themselves, just like other ownerless mutant fruit trees have not produced normal fruits. Also, it seems that plants that have been carefully cared for are more likely to mutate. Wu once added. Qianxuan heard this, isn't it? The mutation rate of ordinary plants is not even 1/10, but half of the fruit trees raised by the boss have mutated. Qianxuan put her hand on her lips. But what is the key here? Her voice was full of confusion. It's emotions. Wu once said firmly, mutated plants have independent consciousness. Conversely, they must have independent consciousness to mutate. Independent consciousness, on the other hand, means having emotions. In this way, plants that are carefully cared for and have more contact with humans with emotions will naturally have an advantage. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, this makes sense. This is good news. Wu Wan's lips curled slightly. Since most mutant plants have lived with humans, it means that mutant plants will more or less have some good feelings towards humans and will not actively attack humans. In today's world, where mutant animals and animal zombies are running all over the world, this will undoubtedly make humans feel a little more relaxed. However, we can't take it lightly. After all, there may be purely wild mutant plants. Indeed, it never hurts to be cautious. Qianxuan smiled and said, however, this alone can reduce a lot of pressure on the soldiers below. After all, even wild mutant plants are certainly inseparable from the scope of plants, and all plants are always gentle in nature. After a pause, Qianxuan asked again, by the way, will plants turn into zombies? Hearing her question, Wu once showed a slightly strange expression. According to the research of your 4th aunt and 6th aunt, animals will either become mutant animals or turn into animal zombies. If they cannot become either of the above, they will only die. As for plants, they will either become mutant plants or die. Because the existence of plants themselves is a manifestation of vitality, which counteracts the properties of the zombie virus, making the possibility of plants turning into zombies infinitely close to zero. You mean? Qianxuan understood the hidden meaning in his words and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Wu once nodded, confirming her guess. It won't be long before the world will no longer have original animals and plants. Qianxuan jumped up. What should we do then? In this case, without meat, vegetables and fruits, what will humans eat? Doesn't mankind have any hope at all and can only sit back and wait to die? Don't get excited yet. Wu Wan's quickly comforted her. It's not that there is no solution at all. At least one thing I'm sure of is that the meat of mutant animals is edible. From what you said today, mutant plants actually have edible value. However, as for how to cultivate mutant plants, we still need some research and experiments. Chapter 79. Wu Yuan is worried. Hearing Wu Wan's words, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. But, you said that the meat of mutant animals can be eaten? Has anyone eaten it? Yes, Wu Wan nodded. 2 days ago, a hunting group was trapped outside the city and ran out of food, so they roasted the meat of mutant animals and ate it. When they came back, the news spread everywhere. Your 4th aunt and 6th aunt also did experiments and confirmed that the meat of mutant animals is harmless to the human body. That's good. Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, there is one more thing. Qianxuan carefully repeated what Zhuang Yuan had said before about zombies. Hearing her story, Wu Wan's expression was slightly surprised and shocked. Seeing that everything she wanted to say had been said, Qianxuan said hello to Wu Wan's and was about to leave. Wait. Just as Qianxuan walked to the door, Wu Wan stopped her. Qianxuan turned her head in confusion and asked silently with her eyes, "Is there anything else?" Wu Wan looked a little hesitant. "Go and see your grandfather. He's not right." "Not right?" Qianxuan was startled. "Is he sick?" As she asked, she began to recall the condition of Wu Yuan she saw after she came back, but she didn't find anything wrong. In her opinion, Grandpa was still as strong as ever, and even because of the end of the world, his face was more rosy and healthy, and even the wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his temples were much less. "No." Wu Wan hurriedly stopped her from worrying about it. "I heard from my eldest brother that after the earthquake, your grandfather has been restless. He just thought he was worried about us who were still outside. After we came back, your grandfather's mood really improved, but his mood was only good for one day. This morning he started to be absent-minded again. So I want you to accompany him and find out the reason." Hearing that there was no physical problem, Qianxuan breathed a sigh of relief and then began to wonder what caused Grandpa's current state. After coming out of Wu Wan's office, Qianxuan walked towards Wu Yuan's study without stopping. At this time, he was most likely staying there. Sure enough, after Qianxuan knocked on the door, her grandfather's voice came from the study. "Come in." The voice was sonorous and powerful, but Qianxuan was keenly aware of the fatigue and anxiety in his voice. Qianxuan opened the door and walked in. Wu Yuan was sitting behind the desk, frowning slightly and reading a book absent-mindedly. Seeing him like this, Qianxuan was a little worried, but her face remained expressionless. She took 3 or 2 steps forward and hugged Wu Yuan's arm. "Grandpa." Hearing Qianxuan calling him, Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment and reacted slowly. "Oh, it's Qianxuan. Why are you at home at this time? Why aren't you out on a mission? Sasha and I went to the trading market to look at antique jade, and we just came back not long ago." Qianxuan replied with a smile. "Besides, the weather is too hot now. Even if we go out on a mission, it's not the time. The sun at noon is too strong, and we will get sunburned. And isn't it good for me to stay at home with Grandpa? Does Grandpa dislike Qianxuan?" Of course. Grandpa will dislike anyone but not Qianxuan." Wu Yuan patted the back of Qianxuan's hand lightly. After a while, he asked hesitantly, "Is the weather so hot that we can't go out at noon?" As he spoke, his brows frowned even tighter. "The temperature is now 43 degrees. If you stand in the sun for a few minutes at noon, you will get a layer of sunburned. So now people in the city try to do short distance missions when they go out for tasks." Qianxuan didn't show it on her face, but she was very worried in her heart. With her grandfather's usual calmness in the face of a catastrophe, what could make him worry so much that they could easily see it from his face? Seeing that Wu Yuan was obviously in a low mood, Qianxuan quickly brought up a new topic. "By the way, Grandpa, do you know a man named Lin Jiuo?" "You mean Aguo?" Wu Yuan looked at Qianxuan in surprise. "No, where did you hear this name? Did your grandma tell you?" "No." Qianxuan put her chin on Wu Yuan's shoulder. "We just met him on the road this time, and his 2 grandsons also came back with us." As she spoke, she recounted the scene when they met Lin Jiuo and what Lin Jiuo said. By the time Qianxuan finished speaking, Wu Yuan's eyes were red, and he sighed. "Jiuo, why do you still have that bad temper? In fact, his son's problem can't be blamed on him. In the final analysis, it was me who dragged him down. If I hadn't been careless for a moment, Lin Quan wouldn't have been used by Ping Jiangli." Qianxuan didn't know that Ping Jiangli was involved in the matter. Sure enough, as long as it was a bad thing, those two old guys would be involved. As for Qianxuan, it should be the name of Uncle Lin's son. At this time, Wu Yuan touched Qianxuan's head again. Speaking of which, I was the one who gave a Guo the name. His original name was Linda. Once, when he was cooperating with other troops, there were 3 people named Linda when the roll call was taken. Because of this, a Guo was teased by his comrades for a long time. After that cooperation, he came to me and gave him the name Lin Jiuo. In that betrayal incident, Lin Quan was actually a cover, and the real big fish was someone else. It's just that a Guo was too stubborn and believed that Lin Quan was ungrateful. No matter how I persuaded him, he thought I was comforting him. Later, things got out of my control. Hearing such inside information, Qianxuan was silent. It was because of this that she retired without hesitation, even though she was reluctant to leave her comrades. It was not only because of the abnormality of her body, but more because she felt tired, not physically tired, but mentally tired. As long as people from the 8 major clans entered the military and political system, they would be suppressed by the Ping and Jiang families to a greater or lesser extent, and she was naturally no exception. Wu Yuan has always believed that jade cannot be made into a useful object without being polished, so as long as it does not exceed his bottom line, he will turn a blind eye to those oppressions. Qianxuan herself is not an ambitious person. At that time, she only wanted to escape from the pain. She did not care about the merits and promotions that other officers valued. However, although she did not care, she could not tolerate others taking away her things without her consent. This morbid possessiveness in her bones has not changed and her till lives, and it is because of this. It is the result of the god-level strongman Nonado and the 25-year-old major in the military. By the way, where are the 2 grandsons of a Guo you mentioned? At this time, Wu Yuan asked again. Qianxuan played with Wu Yuan's rough and wrinkled hands. The older twins are called Lin Hui and the younger one is called Lin En. They are supernatural beings with power and speed respectively. The older brother is more honest and the younger brother is more clever, but they are both very honest. Unfortunately, their brains were damaged when they were 12 years old, and their IQs remained at 12 years old. Qianxuan explained the reason why their brains were damaged by the high fever. What a sin. Wu Yuan said with regret. Good children were delayed like this. If Guo had not returned to his hometown despite my request and stayed with me, how could the 2 children become like this now? He felt bad. As soon as he heard the names of the 2 children, he knew what Lin Jiuo had in mind when he raised the 2 children. But don't worry, Grandpa. These 2 kids are pure-hearted and focused on everything they do. They have learned the battlefield killing skills taught by Uncle Lin very well. With their special abilities, they are very powerful. Moreover, they have very good fighting talents and fighting instincts that others can hardly match. If the 2 of them join forces, I'm afraid that even I will not be able to get away with it. Seeing Grandpa's low mood, Qianxuan hurriedly comforted him. Now they should go through the registration procedures at the logistics department. I will bring them to you in the evening. Okay. Wu Yuan only responded lightly. At this moment, Qianxuan was really helpless. Grandpa obviously had something on his mind, but he didn't mean to say it. Next, Wu Yuan kept frowning and reading a book. Just by looking at the book that had never turned the page, you could tell that his mind was actually somewhere else. Grandpa, are you worried about something? Why are you always absent-minded? Seeing that Wu Yuan had no intention of saying it, Qianxuan simply went straight to the point. Wu Yuan was stunned. Was his performance so obvious? Then he sighed. This matter is more important. I'll talk about it when everyone is together in the evening. He thought there was no need to keep it secret any longer. Chapter 80 Secret. At night, all the members of the 8 clans who were at home rushed to the restaurant. The atmosphere of this dinner was very strange. Wu Yuan was only concerned with picking up food for Lin Hui and Lin En beside him, while others would occasionally cast questioning glances at Wu Yuan, or look at each other to ask if the people around them had any clues about the important things Wu Yuan said. After finally finishing the meal, Wu Yuan invited everyone to the study, including Lin Hui and Lin En. From his appearance, everyone knew that the old man treated the 2 teenagers as his own children and grandchildren. Wu Yuan sat down behind the large desk in the middle of the study in silence, and Lin Hui and Lin En quickly stood behind him on the left and right. Seeing their actions, Wu Yuan's face showed a little helplessness. "Find a seat and sit down by yourselves," Wu Yuan said to the standing crowd. Everyone followed his words and sat down quietly on the nearest chair and then focused their attention on Wu Yuan, who didn't say a word. Feeling the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Wu Yuan bent down and used the key to open the cabinet on the right. With some effort, he carefully carried out the 8 stacked thread-bound books and placed them on the desk. Wu Wanli reached out to help, but he ignored him. The crowd's gazes became even more confused. They knew that it was the genealogy of the 8 major clans, and it was kept by the head of the Wu family, that is, the patriarch of the 8 major clans, for generations. But why did he take out the genealogy at this time? Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuan still did not explain. He took out one of the 8 genealogies and turned to the end and then handed it to Liu Yuan, who was closest to him. Liu Yuan took it and didn't care too much at first. The more he read, the more surprised he looked. In the end, he even covered his mouth with his hand, fearing that he couldn't help but scream. The crowd who saw her emotional changes clearly were even more confused, and at the same time, they were a little nervous about what had happened to make the usually calm Liu Yuan lose her composure. After a long while, Liu Yuan handed the genealogy book to Wu Wanli, who was closest to her. Wu Wanli took it and quickly read the content of that page. Then his expression was as surprised as Liu Yuan's. Then, everyone took turns to read the genealogy book. During the process, some people wiped their eyes suspiciously after reading it, fearing that they had seen it wrong. Some people also covered their mouths with their hands like Liu Yuan, fearing that they would scream. Some people used their eyes to ask the people around them whether they had seen it wrong. It can be seen how surprising the content of the last page of the genealogy book was. Even Qianxuan began to doubt her always sharp eyesight. There was silence in the study room. Everyone was immersed in the content of those few short sentences and couldn't come back to their senses. What is going on? The first person to ask the question was the always impatient Wu Wanhao. Am I dazzled, or did someone make a mistake? Why do the contents on the Qi family genealogy seem so different from what I know? Isn't Uncle Qi's only son Dongjin? How come there is an illegitimate son named Qi King? Also, isn't Emojin the son of Dongjin? How come he became the son of this Qi King who came from nowhere? And who is Qi Moqi, who is written below Dongjin? That's right, Zhao Lin questioned. And what about Qi King above? He is an illegitimate son himself, so how come he has 2 illegitimate sons and an illegitimate daughter? How did such a person get on the family tree? These were the questions of everyone present. Today's events had too great a shock to them. Hearing this series of questions, Wu Yuan sighed heavily. Instead of answering these questions first, he began to talk about the history of the 8 major clans. The history of our 8 major clans can be traced back to before the Shang dynasty. People often say that China has a history of 5,000 years, but if all the family trees are turned out, the history of our 8 major clans is actually far more than 5,000 years. From ancient times to the present, the 8 major clans have experienced ups and downs, and have continued to this day. During this period, dynasties have changed time and time again, and there have been several troubled times. Except for the family tree, there are not many texts left about the origins of the 8 major clans. However, there is one thing that has not changed. The Wu family is responsible for decision making. The Yuan and Qi families are responsible for guarding and assassination. The Mo family is in politics. The Lu family is in the army. The Shi family is in business. The Zhuang family is in medicine. And the Zhu family is in literature. The 8 major clans help each other and never leave each other. This is our root, the foundation and belief. As the patriarch of the 8 major clans, no matter what decision is made, it is my responsibility to preserve the continuation of the 8 major clans and leave a glimmer of hope for the family. Among our 8 families, the Qi family is very special. If you look through the family tree, you will find that every time the 8 major clans rise, more people in the Qi family will die, and the inheritance will be in danger. At this time, the head of the Wu family must do his best to preserve a trace of blood for the Qi family. During the most recent rise of the 8 major clans, during the founding war, the head of the Qi family, Qianxuan, had 2 brothers and 19 cousins. Those 21 people died to protect the 6 heads of the family except the Yuan family. To the entire country, they are unknown, but we cannot forget them. It was also because of the death of those 21 people that the youngest Qianxuan became the head of the Qi family. Hearing this, everyone showed respect in their eyes. Wu Yuan rubbed the family tree that was passed back to him. Although Qianxuan survived, his wife was injured on the battlefield and suffered from a serious illness. She only gave birth to Dongjin and never had any more children because of her health. Because of this, she always felt sorry for Qianxuan and died of depression in her 30s. As for Qiking, Qianxuan was born by Ping Jiangli and a prostitute. When he was born, Qianxuan wanted to strangle him to death, but Ping Jiangli stopped him. Later, Dongjin died during a mission. She was injured, and the doctor diagnosed that she would have difficulty in giving birth. To be on the safe side, Qiking must not be eliminated. Dongjin and Emozuan had not had a child for 20 years after their marriage. Just when Qianxuan and I were desperate, Emozuan and Qiking's wife Jian Fenfang became pregnant at the same time. At that time, under the pressure of Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang, as well as the heavy losses of the Yuan and Qi families, and the precarious situation of the 8 major clans, I had a bold and absurd idea. In order to protect the orthodox bloodline of the Qi family, Dongjin's child and Qiking's child should be exchanged. Everyone couldn't help but take a breath. They didn't expect that Wu Yuan, who had always been calm and steady, would play such an unreasonable game. Wu Yuan closed his eyes. I told the other 7 heads of the family about my idea. At first, they thought it was absurd, but the situation was really critical at the time and everyone couldn't afford to gamble. In the end, even Qianxuan agreed. After that, Qianxuan and I went to find Dongjin and Emozuan together. Although they were sad, they agreed for the safety of the child. He clearly remembered that Emozuan bit her lips and burst into tears, bent over to protect her abdomen, and nodded with difficulty. Dongjin stood straight, his eyes were red, his lips were tightly pursed, and his hands hanging on both sides of his body were clenched into fists. So, Emojin, who grew up with us, is not the real heir of the Qi family. That Kimoki is? Qianxiao's voice was a little incredible. Everyone began to unconsciously search for content about Qi Emojin from their memories, and found that, if they looked carefully, Qi Emojin's appearance was not similar to either Qi Dongjin or Emozuan. He was neither as handsome and tough as Qi Dongjin, nor as delicate and beautiful as Emozuan. Even in terms of personality, Qi Mojin is gentle and shy, and has nothing in common with Qi Dongjin's calmness and Emozuan's straightforwardness. At the same time, they also remembered that Emozuan had always been kind, but not intimate to Qi Mojin. As for Qi Dongjin, every time he saw Qi Mojin's expression, it was very subtle, with sternness, concern, sadness, and even vigilance and pain. In short, it was extremely complicated. Yes, that's why, as compensation, Qiking, as an illegitimate child, and his 3 illegitimate children were also written into the family tree. Anyway, an exception has been made for this, and it doesn't matter if it's once or twice. Wu Yuan's expression was a little heavy. Qianxuan hesitated. Do Emojin's biological parents know about the exchange of the 2? Of course they don't know. Wu Yuan's tone was as a matter of course. With Qiking's character, that is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish things. If he was told, it would be equivalent to telling everyone. If it weren't for Emoki and Emojin, I wouldn't want him to be on the family tree. Chapter 81 Rescue. Qianxuan always felt that something was wrong. After a long while, she said suspiciously, "Grandpa, with your personality, since you hate Qiking, how could you be willing to put him on the family tree? Not only that, you even recorded his illegitimate children. Don't talk about compensation anymore. I don't believe it." For a moment, everyone who knew the old man's personality cast a suspicious look at Wu Yuan. Being seen through by Qianxuan, Wu Yuan was a little embarrassed. Isn't it because of Qiking's original wife? Although Qiking is not a good guy, Jian Fenfang is a good woman. Are you talking about Emojin's biological mother? It's her. Wu Yuan said in a heavy tone. Jane Fenfang doesn't know the truth, and has always regarded Emoki as her own son. Back then, that bastard Qiang secretly poisoned Jian Fenfang in order to marry his mistress named Yao King. Jian Fenfang's health was getting worse and worse, and she herself discovered that it was her husband who could not tolerate her. She just endured it, just to prevent Imoki from becoming the son of a murderer and being discriminated against. However, no matter how careful she was afterwards, her body had been ruined by the previous toxins, and she was afraid of being discovered and could not go to the hospital for treatment. When Imoki was 6 years old, after feeling that she was about to die, she found Qian, who had always ignored Qiang, hoping that he would give her a chance for Imoki's sake. Qiang was his grandson and could be brought up. For Qian, who had always missed Imoki and wanted to personally raise and educate the heir of the Qi family, her request was exactly what he wanted. But he had never regarded Qiang as his own son, and he refused without hesitation in order to avoid being discovered by Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang. Jian Fenfang couldn't imagine Imoki's situation after her death, so she knelt at the door of Qian's study for half a month, and finally fainted due to exhaustion. During that time, it was torture for Jian Fenfang, Qian, Dongjin and Emozuan. It was not until Jian Fenfang was terminally ill and on her deathbed that Qian pretended to be reluctant to agree to her request, allowing her to die without regrets. That's not right. Wu Wanhao shouted. According to what Dad said, Moki should have been raised by Uncle Qi, but why haven't we seen such a person in the Qi family, and we haven't even heard of him? When everyone heard it, it was true. Wu Yuan's eyes were obscure. Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhang are old and cunning, and they are not easy to fool. Although Imoki was taken back, they did not dare to get too close to him, and they had to act distant and indifferent on the surface. Because of this, Emozuan didn't know how many times she cried secretly. In order to show his indifference to him, Qian also suppressed him and gave him hardships. He pretended to find a bunch of teachers for him and threw him out of the Qi family. Therefore, you have never seen him in the Qi family. Even Emojin didn't know his existence. The few of us who knew about it deliberately concealed his existence. In fact, those teachers who seemed to be unknown and mediocre were all carefully selected by Qian. When he was 13 years old, Qian even reluctantly pretended to be eager to get rid of him and threw him into the military. Even so, Ping Jiangli and Jiangzhan tried several times, putting Imoki in life and death dilemmas several times. Later, seeing that Qian didn't care at all and had no intention of caring at all, they let go of their suspicions. Qian Ming frowned with Grandpa Qi's attitude. Aren't you afraid that those two old guys will really design for Moki to die on the battlefield? No. Wu Yuan's tone was very firm, with deep sarcasm in his eyes. Qian has always regarded Qiang as a stain on his life. That's why General Ping stopped him from strangling Qiang to death, just to annoy Qian. Qian pretended to ignore Moki and let him fend for himself. Those two old guys will definitely be smart enough to think that Qian has transferred his disgust for Qiang to Moki, and not only will they not harm his life, they will also save his life within their ability. Qian Zhao raised his eyebrows. Those two old guys are really despicable. Qian Zuan pinched her chin and smiled playfully. So, Grandpa, you recorded Qiang as Ms. Jian Fenfang's additional child in the family tree. As for Qiang's illegitimate children, they should have become legitimate children after Qiang married that mistress. Due to the clan rules, you have to write their names in the family tree, so you simply use the green mark to record them as illegitimate children. Because it is necessary to be cautious when entering the family tree, and it cannot be changed at will. Now that Yao King, who gave birth to an illegitimate child, has become Qiang's second wife, she is no longer eligible to be in the family tree. After hearing this, everyone smiled mischievously. Wu Yuan was quite mean. The family tree of the 8 major clans generally uses purple marks, and only illegitimate children use green marks. Don't think it's just a difference in color. You must know that in ancient times, purple was noble, and blue was a color used for prisoners' tattoos, which was regarded as lowly and guilty. Of course, that only has this meaning when it comes to the blue used for writing, but there is no such taboo in other aspects. After all, there are good metaphors such as rising to the top. Wu Yuan coughed a few times uncomfortably after his little thoughts were exposed. At this time, Qianxuan raised a question that everyone wanted to know. In that case, Grandpa, where is Kimoki now? Everyone also looked at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan's expression became serious. The reason why I called everyone here today is for this matter. Before the end of the world, Moki, as the captain of the country's secret special forces, led 100 people into country Yi to do a confidential mission and has not returned yet. Dad, do you want us to send someone to rescue? Wu Yuan's expression was very solemn. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Wu Yuan nodded with some difficulty. I know, logically speaking, there are still many children who are not able to protect themselves and have not returned. We should give priority to rescuing those people rather than taking care of Moki, who is stronger. But Moki's situation is a little different. First, he is the last bloodline of the Qi family, and second, the child has no idea of his true life experience and the situation of the 8 clans. If no one goes to pick him up, he may not be willing to come back. How is it possible? Shasha screamed. Qianxuan frowned. Grandpa, you mean we should not only rescue Kimoki, but also persuade him to come back with us? To be honest, in her opinion, this is really a troublesome matter. In this case, is it possible that he does not intend to return to the capital at all, but goes to other shelters instead? Qianxuan proposed a guess that he thought was very likely. Impossible. Wu Yuan denied his guess. Qihan left him a will, asking him to find me at a suitable time. Even if he has a grudge against Qihan for his neglect all the time, and is unwilling to come to me, Jian Fenfang's grave is in the capital, and he will at least come back to pay homage to her first. After a pause, Wu Yuan said, moreover, I'm more worried that he will be trapped by something. After all, the doomsday has passed for so long, and no matter how far a country is from the capital, he should have come back. Wu Wanhao said bluntly, is he not strong enough and has been eaten by zombies? Halfway through his words, he was glared at by Wu Wangxing, and his voice became smaller and smaller, and his tone became cautious. Wu Yuan was unexpectedly not angry. No, as the patriarch of the 8 major clans, I have some sense of the life and death of the clan members. Although I don't know his situation, I can at least be sure that he is still alive. It was the first time that Qianxuan heard that the patriarch of the 8 major clans had such a special trait. She was thoughtful, and the situation when the clan members of the 8 major clans tested their talents flashed through her mind. Qianming poured himself a cup of tea and moistened his throat. There is another problem. Even if we go to rescue, we haven't seen Kimoki, and he doesn't know us. Even if we meet, we may miss each other. Don't you have a photo of him, Grandpa? Let me make it clear first. Now is the end of the world. Basically few people are clean, and their faces are difficult to distinguish. I know, but fortunately, my prior arrangement worked. Wu Yuan turned his eyes to Zhuang Yuan. Although I don't have a photo here, Ah Yuan has seen Moki. Me. Ah Yuan, who was named, was very confused, with an innocent and blank look. All of a sudden, everyone who was looking at Zhuang Yuan turned their eyes to Wu Yuan. That's right. Think about it carefully. You must have a deep impression of him. Wu Yuan was not in a hurry at all, and reminded Zhuang Yuan with some ill intentions. Zhuang Yuan was stunned, and remembered Wu Yuan's previous description of Kimoki. The other party seemed to be the captain of the country's secret special forces sharp knife unit, and the ill intentions on Wu Yuan's face just now. A light flashed through his mind, and he was shocked and said, are you talking about the poisonous leopard? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Rescue Candidates. Wu Yuan glared. How can you talk like that? Those who know you will know that you are talking about his nickname, while those who don't will think you are talking about a beast. Isn't this just a slip of the tongue? Zhuang Yuan touched his nose awkwardly, then changed the subject. How could it be him? If it was him, he shouldn't be in trouble with his strength. The people on the side were confused and curious. Yuan Chang couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhuang, what does Kimoki look like? Zhuang Yuan curled his lips. What else can he look like? 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, just like a human. You seem a little dissatisfied with him? Sasha looked at his expression with a smile, very amused. Zhuang Yuan choked, no. If his tone was not so guilty, the people present might have believed it. Haha. Wu Yuan's eyes were full of smiles and teasing, the only time that A Yuan fell into Emoki's hands. Now, everyone's gossiping hearts were ready to move, and they looked at Zhuang Yuan with curiosity. Zhuang Yuan was uncomfortable at first, but then he relaxed, ignoring everyone's curiosity, and asked Wu Yuan, who does the old man want to rescue? Wu Yuan pondered for a moment. To show our importance, except for the Shi family, I hope that each family will send at least one person to represent. This is an attitude. Everyone listened, but there was no objection. Needless to say, I will go, and in addition, I plan to wear Liangshu. His medical skills will be very helpful to us. Zhuang Yuan expressed his opinion first. Yuan Chang said carelessly, then I will be the representative of the Yuan family. Lu Chen and Lu Zhi used their rise to compete, but in the end, no one convinced the other. Lu Chen said helplessly, Zhi and I will go. He knew his sister's temper, she was very stubborn, and it was difficult to change her decision. Seeing that even Yuan Chang and other people younger than her had stood up, Sasha said helplessly, then I will go on behalf of the ZHU family. In fact, she was very reluctant. She had all kinds of complaints about the bad weather outside. It had only been a short time since she came back, and she was actually going to jump into that fire pit again. Then I will go to the Wu family. Qianxuan thought for a while, and still stood up and said. She also had her considerations. The people who went this time were relatively young and the place they went to was relatively far, so she was a little worried. Wait, sister, I will go with you. Qianzhou said. Qianxuan frowned. You have just come back not long ago. You should stay at home. Qianzhou snorted. What's the point of staying at home? I want to go with you. There was no intention of compromise at all. Qianxuan knew Qianzhou's temper. After persuading him once but failing, she stopped trying in vain. The Mo family will be gone by Wei Wei and I. Lingling's voice was very childish, but everyone present heard the firmness and determination in her words. Some people wanted to stop them, but when they thought that the courage of the Mo family would eventually be carried by this pair of young sisters, they swallowed their words. In addition, Wu Yuan took Lin Hui and Lin En by the left and right. These 2 children should go with you. We listened to the old general. Lin Hui and Lin En replied in unison. After the family meeting, everyone walked out of the study one after another. Everyone went back to their rooms, and the members of this trip to Country Yi, except Liangshu mentioned by Zhuang Yuan, and Lin Hui and Lin En, gathered in the small living room tacitly. Yuan Chang hurriedly drank a cup of herbal tea. What is this? I still find it a little unbelievable. Indeed. Sasha responded. I always thought that there were no living people in the Qi family, but I didn't expect that there were so many things we didn't know. And I feel very uncomfortable. All along, our 8 clans have grown up together since childhood, and everyone knows each other. Suddenly someone popped up, and I always feel uncomfortable. Lu Zhi leaned on the sofa and gently pinched her earlobe. You can't say that. Lu Chen was very rational. Kimoki. No, we should call him Brother Qi. Brother Qi is actually the most innocent. Although everything is for his safety, no one has asked for his opinion. You are right. Lu Zhi was discouraged. By the way, Brother Zhuang, what kind of person is Brother Qi? Yuan Chang asked Zhuang Yuan curiously. He called Brother Qi smoothly, thanks to Qi Mojin who has always been a gentle and shy person. Although everyone is close to him, they are not in awe of him. Even those younger than him call him by his name. Otherwise, everyone would definitely be uncomfortable. Zhuang Yuan did not make excuses this time. His slanted eyes narrowed slightly. Du Baozi is not easy to say. I only met him once, but it was very impressive. Out of habit, he was more used to the nickname of Du Baozi. His mind was empty, as if he had returned to the night a year ago. People who have seen the poison leopard are always impressed, not only because of his outstanding appearance, but also because of the feeling he gives people. When it comes to his personality, even I'm a little unsure, but there is one thing, he is a person who does not like to play by the rules, and sneers at all kinds of rules. In terms of ability, he has no major shortcomings, at least I haven't found them yet. Brother Zhuang, why do you make me a little confused? Do you mean that Brother Qi seems to be very powerful? Yuan Chang asked uncertainly. More than powerful? He is a person with extraordinary willpower, and he is a little arrogant. No, this description is not right. It can't be said that he is arrogant, but he has a feeling of indifference to everything. Anyway, it's very mysterious, and I can't explain it clearly. At the same time, Zhuang Yuan was also complaining in his heart that the person who could defeat him must have some skills, otherwise, wouldn't he appear to be incompetent? Qianxuan listened to their conversation in silence, frowned slightly and asked, according to what you said, wouldn't it be very difficult to convince him to come back with us? After all, the other party doesn't like to play by the rules. Zhuang Yuan was stunned and frowned. Now that you mention it, it seems to be right. What do you mean it seems? It's obviously very difficult. Sasha, who was sitting next to him, twisted the soft flesh on his waist fiercely. Zhuang Yuan froze, feeling that the piece of flesh that was twisted and spun by Sasha was no longer his, but he couldn't show it on his face, and had to pretend that nothing had happened. At the same time, he secretly frowned in his heart. Although he was very happy that Sasha no longer had any scruples about him and could completely show her true nature in front of him, he couldn't remember when Sasha had a violent factor. She was obviously a sweet and soft girl when she was a child. Well, can't we just tell him about his life experience and the considerations of Grandpa Wu and others? Yuan Chang was still a little silly. He should be able to understand, right? Lu Zhi gave him a sugar-roasted chestnut without hesitation. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear that Brother Zhuang doesn't like to play by the rules? Qianxuan took a sip of herbal tea. Also, put yourself in his shoes. If the same thing happened to you, how would you feel? Frustrated. Sasha was the first to express her feelings. After all, she is also a well-known writer and is very good at this kind of thinking simulation. Everyone began to be confused, but think about it carefully, isn't it? Although people have reason, they also have emotions. Sometimes they can understand rationally, but it is difficult to accept emotionally, and this incident is a typical example. Even if the starting point of everything is for Kimoki's safety, the fact is that, although Kimoki is safe, he has no home to return to. He obviously has biological parents who love him like a treasure, but he thinks he is the child of another couple, and he can't get fatherly love. The woman who can give him motherly love died early. His biological parents have been living in the longing for him. Until they died, he has never been able to relax with them and call them mom and dad. People who are a little more emotional will even say something like, I would rather get the most selfless family love in the world and then die with my parents without regrets, rather than live alone in this world. If you really want to say it, as long as you have some heart, you will not easily say something that can be understood. After realizing this, everyone looked at each other with a bit of sadness. After a long while, Yuan Chang weakly suggested, how about we beat and scold him? He will calm down after that, right? Do you think he is you? Everyone replied unhappily in unison. Besides, it's not their fault. Why should they be beaten and scolded? Yuan Chang felt very wronged after being yelled at. Chapter 83 Discussion before departure. Next, everyone talked about many opinions, but after more than half an hour, they still couldn't come up with a feasible plan. Finally, Zhuang Yuan said dejectedly, forget it, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. Let's take it one step at a time. At worst, if we are forced into a corner, so many of us will come together to knock him out and carry him back. At the end, his voice was sinister. Sasha couldn't stand his complacency, so she poured a basin of cold water on him. It's still unknown who will knock who out by then. Have you forgotten that Grandpa Wu said that he brought a 100-man army to country Yi? Sure enough, Zhuang Yuan became a little depressed when he heard her words. Lu Chen said hesitantly, it was mentioned before that Brother Qi and his troops should be trapped by something. According to this, the problem that hundreds of them can't solve should be big. Will it be useful for us to go there? Everyone was stunned. Since the doomsday, although they have encountered setbacks, no matter how the process was, they successfully overcame them in the end. It has been too smooth all the time, so that they are too conceited about their own strength. Everyone was startled and quickly adjusted their mentality. Qianxuan frowned. In this case, we must be well prepared before we set out, so as not to capsize and lose our lives. Everyone agreed. Let's not talk about food and water. We all have space rings, which is very convenient. In addition, there are various camping equipment, medicines, and means of transportation. Shasha counted on her fingers. Zhuang Yuan interrupted and said, Liangshu's medical skills are very good, and his skills can protect himself, but he lacks various medicines and medical equipment. This Liangshu is the top secret doctor he mentioned before. Qianxuan was stunned, and suddenly realized that he had not given Zhuang Yuan a space ring. Then he took out a silver box, and asked him to choose a space ring, and then selected some medicines and medical equipment that he had looted before, and passed them to him. Lu Zhi picked up a pillow and said irritably, other things are easy to deal with, but the means of transportation are too troublesome. The speed of zombies can already catch up with the speed of cars, and the sound of car engines will also attract many zombies and mutant animals. We have too few people, and we are not good enough to face them head on. But we can't really walk, because the speed is too slow. It will take at least half a year to walk back and forth. Qianxuan thought of the high-tech items in her space. Things are urgent, and they should be careful. There shouldn't be too many mistakes. However, this is really risky, and she thinks it's better for everyone to discuss and decide. I have some high-tech aircraft here. They are completely silent when they start, and their speed is several times that of cars on Earth. Qianxuan spoke in a completely declarative tone, without any personal emotions. When she said this, Yuan Chang and Weiwei's eyes lit up, but the others frowned at the same time. Sister Zhuan, are you talking about the kind of flying machine in science fiction movies? The kind with super fast speed and super cool appearance? Yuan Chang's words were full of enthusiasm and expectation, and Weiwei beside him also looked at Qianxuan expectantly. Zhuang Yuan ignored him and asked Qianxuan, can the flying machine you are talking about fly low over the ground? What about its appearance? How big is it? How many people can it carry? He asked a series of questions without taking a breath. Yes, I have many kinds here. The largest one is as big as a small villa, and the smallest one is even smaller than a car. As for the number of people, because it uses space folding technology, even the smallest one can carry 300 people. Qianxuan was not in a hurry, and answered the series of questions one by one in an orderly manner. At this time, Shasha asked another question. Now, because of the problem of the Earth's magnetic field, even helicopters can't take off. Are you sure your flying machine won't have any problems? It's not that she doesn't trust Qianxuan, but it would be embarrassing if it fell from the sky at that time. Qianxuan did not feel embarrassed about this question. I can guarantee that there will be no problem, because the flight principle of those aircraft is very different from that of helicopters, and they can make self-adjustments according to the changes in the magnetic field of the planet. Moreover, the energy used by the aircraft is not diesel, but the free dark matter energy in the universe, which can also automatically replenish consumption. Speaking of this, we have to be thankful that the Earth has not discovered dark matter energy, so we don't need to pay for it. Everyone was very surprised by the dark matter energy that Qianxuan said the Earth had not discovered. That's good. Zhuang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, I remember that some high-tech aircraft in science fiction movies can be invisible in the environment. Do you have such aircraft? Qianxuan had not paid attention to these, and hurriedly used his mental power to enter the space to explore. After coming out, his eyes lit up. It really exists. It is an aircraft used for wilderness camping. It can hide from the vision and smell of wild beasts in the wild environment. Now, Zhuang Yuan was relieved. Even so, we have to be careful. If we are discovered by other survivors, it will be troublesome. Also, before Poison Leopard agrees to come back with us, don't let him know the existence of the aircraft. In addition, even if he agrees to come back with us, with his subordinates who don't know the details, we still have to be cautious. Even if it takes some hardship to come back, we can't reveal the existence of the aircraft. Despite this, he still reminded again with worry. After a pause, he asked again, Liangshu has signed the magic contract. What about Lin Hui and Lin En? It's not that he is cautious, it's really too important. If the existence of the aircraft is exposed, with the madness of the people in the end times, Qianxuan will definitely fall into eternal damnation. After all, Qianxuan is still not strong enough to face any wind and rain, and can't be an enemy of the whole world. Shasha understood his intention and quickly replied, signed. Just came back from the granary and signed. That's good. Zhuang Yuan nodded to show that he knew. At the same time, his mind was also turning rapidly, trying to find any loopholes that he hadn't noticed. At this time, Yuan Chang secretly moved to Qianxuan's side and tugged at her clothes. Sister Xuan, can I fly the aircraft when the time comes? His tone was full of eagerness. Wei, who was standing by, wanted to speak as well, but when she looked at her chubby little hands and feet, she became discouraged. I'm afraid not. Qianxuan had an obvious smile in her eyes. Because of the magnetic field, all GPS don't work. If you drive, we don't know when we can reach our destination. Among all of us, I don't know about Liangshu, and probably only brother Zhuang, and I who have been to country E can be competent for this task. Yuan Chang was very upset. If he had known earlier, he would not have traveled to country F last year, but to country E instead. Otherwise, he would not have missed the rare opportunity to fly an aircraft. Zhuang Yuan, who heard their conversation, looked over and asked, is there any difference between driving an aircraft and a car? Brother Zhuang, are you worried that you can't drive it? Qianxuan suddenly realized and smiled. Don't worry, the aircraft uses advanced thinking and sensing. As long as you are not a fool, everyone can do it. Really? Upon hearing this, Shasha also came over. In that case, let me have fun then. Yuan Chang and Wei on the side also cheered up and looked at Qianxuan eagerly. Okay, let's talk about these things on the way. Zhuang Yuan interrupted. There is one more thing. We talked about what the poisonous leopard was trapped by. I thought about it, and I have a rough idea. Really? Everyone was shocked and waited for him to continue explaining. Zhuang Yuan nodded. Even without a map, we know that the border of the country adjacent to country E is Province X. So do you still remember the characteristics of Province X? Upon hearing this, everyone frowned and thought. Large area? This is Yuan Chang. Large grain production? Shasha, the cotton quality of Province X is particularly good. Plus it is rich in fruits and vegetables, and is known as the hometown of fruits and vegetables. This is Wei. It is the second largest pastoral area in the country. Lingling. As soon as Lingling finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Pastoral area, doesn't that mean there are so many animals? You mean they are trapped by a large number of mutant animals and animal zombies? Shasha's voice suddenly rose, and the sound was sharp. Chapter 84 Mother and Daughter Conversation. Hearing Shasha's guess, Zhuang Yuan sighed. I also hope that I'm thinking too badly. But in fact, with what I know about the poisonous leopard, I really can't think of anything else that can trap him. Everyone was silent. In this case, are we really going to rescue, not to die? Shasha's voice was very low, but it was heard clearly by everyone present. At this time, everyone felt that the temperature around them had dropped several degrees for no reason in this hot summer. It's not that there is no way. Qianxuan's voice made everyone's spirits tremble, and they pricked up their ears. I know there is a deodorizing potion that can cover up the smell of people so that they will not be discovered by animals with a keen sense of smell. The potion she mentioned is also very rare in Sadia, but not because it is precious, but because others can't use it. There is only one place where this potion is needed, and that is the depths of the illusionary Dragon Valley. There is a very precious mineral deposit, zinc stone, which is the best extension and shaping material for making alchemy tools. To reach the place where the zinc stone is, you must pass through the territory of the only crazy baby in Sadia. Crazy baby is a kind of magic beast. Although the name seems cute, it is a very strange and disgusting magic beast. Crazy baby has no vision and hearing, but its sense of smell is second to none among all magic beasts. Moreover, crazy baby does not maintain the energy required by the body by eating. The energy required by their body is various smells, especially the smell of living creatures. Therefore, although it will not attack humans and magic beasts, it will stick to the creatures it encounters. If Crazy Baby is a cute plush animal, it will be fine, but Crazy Baby looks like a pool of glue, which is so sticky that people are disgusted, and it can't be killed. The only weakness is that it is afraid of fire, but Crazy Baby lives in groups in the forest, and it is well known what the consequences of large-scale arson in the forest will be. If you want to pass through the territory of Crazy Baby safely, you can either release a fire-attributed fighting spirit defense shield, or use a deodorizing potion. Although the zinc stone is the best material for extension and shaping, there are other materials that can replace it, but the effect is not as good. Later, few people deliberately troubled Qianxuan for that little effect, and not many people knew about this deodorizing potion. The reason why Qianxuan knew about it was not because she had met Qianxuan before. After all, her inheritance world would never lack minerals, but because she was an alchemist. Xuanyuan rubbed his chin. The potion you mentioned is indeed very effective against animal zombies, but it is not effective against mutant animals. After all, mutant animals have good vision. Moreover, we are going to rescue people, and the other party may have been exposed to animal zombies and mutant animals. I know. Qianxuan did not fail to consider it, but, so I think we use this potion to secretly meet them, and then reveal our identities. First persuade them to sign a magic contract, and then get on the aircraft to escape. After all, most of the animals in Province X are cattle, sheep, camels and other animals, not birds. What you said is feasible. Xuanyuan raised his eyebrows, but are you sure there will be enough time for us to reveal our identities, and persuade them to sign a magic contract? Qianxuan spread his hands. This is not something I can decide, but there is no way to do anything without risk. Otherwise, do you have any other better methods? Moreover, in my opinion, they must have been trapped for more than a day or two, and it is impossible for them to fight day and night. There must be a place for them to hide. However, they have been trapped all the time, and food and water may not be enough. In that case, we'll have to bring more food and water. However, with Qianxuan here, this isn't a problem at all. I just hope they don't die of hunger or thirst before we rescue them. Sasha said lazily. In addition, Qianxuan added, we also have to bring some winter clothes. After all, it's already November. Although the temperature has been rising, we can't guarantee that it won't drop. Just in case, we'd better be prepared. Lu Zhi said with some concern. As mentioned before, their situation should be very critical. When are we leaving? Xuanyuan pondered for a while. Let's do it tomorrow. The earlier we leave, the sooner we can come back. Although he was reluctant to see the poisonous leopard again, that didn't mean he would deliberately delay the rescue time knowing that he was in danger. When everyone heard that they were leaving tomorrow, although they were reluctant, they didn't object, since human lives were at stake. Then let's do it. I still have to inform Liangshu. Sasha, you go inform Linhui and Linen. The others should go back to their rooms and rest. We will meet in the living room at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xuanyuan put down the cup in his hand, stood up and said. Sasha also stood up, and left with Xuanyuan. Then, Qianxuan watched Yuan Chang and others leave, and finally only she and Qianxuan were left. Their rooms were adjacent, so they went back together. Sister, since you have a flying machine, do you have any rare metals and high-tech information? Qianxuan, who was always talkative, asked proactively. Qianxuan didn't understand. Yes, why do you want it? No. Qianxuan turned his head. Have you forgotten Qianyu's ability? Those metals are useful to him, and as for those information, they should also be helpful to his research. Qianxuan suddenly realized, and patted his forehead. Look at me, I actually forgot such an important thing. Let's go find Qianyu. As he said, he was about to pull Qianxuan to Qianyu's room. Wait. Qianxuan held her back. Let's do it tomorrow. If you give him those things now, he won't have time to sleep tonight. Qianxuan thought of Qianyu's temper, and had to give up, and give it to him tomorrow. Their room was not far from the small living room. In less than a minute, they were already standing at the door of their respective rooms. They said goodnight to each other, and went into their own rooms. Scared, Qianxuan had just closed the door, and turned on the light. When she turned around, she was startled by the person sitting motionless on her bed. Mom, why didn't you turn on the light, or make any noise? You almost scared me to death." Her tone was a little annoyed. "Aren't I thinking about something?" I didn't pay attention for a moment. Zhaolin was a little embarrassed. "By the way, go take a shower first. After you finish, Mom has something to tell you." Qianxuan was somewhat puzzled. This was the first time that her mother had come to her room to say that she had something to say. This made her very uncomfortable and curious. Because she was curious about what her mother wanted to tell her, Qianxuan took a bath very quickly, which took less than 15 minutes. When she came out of the bathroom, Zhaolin looked at the ends of her hair that were still dripping with water, frowned, and quickly pulled her to her side and took out a towel from the drawer of the bedside table to wipe her hair. Zhaolin's movements were a bit heavy and Qianxuan's scalp was hurt several times, but she didn't say a word, but looked very happy. From childhood to adulthood, because of Zhaolin's job, although she loved Qianxuan very much, Qianxuan rarely enjoyed the treatment of her wiping her hair. When Qianxuan's hair stopped dripping, Zhaolin asked carefully, "What do you think of Kimoki that your grandfather mentioned today?" "What do I think? Do I need to have any ideas?" Qianxuan felt puzzled. Zhaolin choked, "Have you ever thought about your relationship with him in the future?" Luckily, it was Qianxuan who choked her. She was her precious baby. If it was Qianchan and Qiankong, those two brats, she would have twisted their ears long ago. "What relationship can there be between him and me?" Qianxuan stood up suddenly as she finished speaking, not caring about the pain on her scalp, and asked in horror, "Mom, you are not going to match me up with someone randomly, are you?" She remembered that her mother had always adopted a laissez-faire policy towards her and rarely interfered with her freedom, right? How could it be me? Zhaolin pulled her to sit down forcefully, massaging her painful scalp while saying, "It's your grandfather. I guess he had this idea a long time ago. If it weren't for Kimoki's identity, that couldn't be made public, he might have let you get engaged long ago." "How do you know?" she asked doubtfully. "I saw it." Zhaolin tapped her forehead. "Your grandfather is a bit old-fashioned. He thinks that a girl's marriage is like reincarnation and should be done with caution. Therefore, he has always disapproved of free love, thinking that the elder's vision is always better than that of young people with little experience, and they can judge people more accurately. Of course, his idea is only for girls, because he thinks that only girls will suffer losses, and boys should just take it as a lesson. He loves you so much, but in the end, you are so old, but he has no intention of looking for a future grandson-in-law, and he looks like he has enough." I was puzzled at first, but when I heard him mention Kimoki today, I knew what was going on. Chapter 85 Zhaolin's Memories. Qianxuan was a little confused at this moment. "Mom, did you make a mistake?" Zhaolin was a little annoyed. "Do you think I'm the only one who can see it? Your second aunt and the others have all seen it. Even your fifth uncle probably knows it." Qianxuan didn't know what she felt at this moment. It was neither calm nor turbulent. It was empty, as if something was floating in her heart. Before meeting Moki, she didn't have too much expectation for love. Even if the elders suddenly asked her to marry a stranger, she probably wouldn't have any objections. It's not that she didn't have her own opinion, but she sincerely felt that there was nothing wrong with marriage. There were many examples of people who got happiness because of it around her. Of course, it's not that no one in the 8 clans resisted. Once, Sasha's sister Zhu made a scene because of the marriage arranged by her family for her and Lu Jun. This scene lasted for 10 years, from the age of 12 to the age of 22, and it was a big scene. The most serious time was when Zhu eloped with a boy from the same school who was pursuing her. After carefully planning for several months, the two fled to Province Y. Finally, the usually gentle Lu Jun was furious and rushed to Y Province with a sullen face to personally arrest her. After that, he locked up Zhu and starved her for 3 days, so hungry that she even lost her temper. Later, Zhu no longer dared to make trouble and was terrified when she saw Lu Jun. However, Lu Jun was not a vegetarian after all, and no one knew what method he used to coax Zhu back. Zhu has always been straightforward and generous, but she was awkward and willful with Lu Jun, but Lu Jun was willing to indulge him and enjoyed it. After the disaster, Lu Jun died, and Zhu suffered a huge blow. She ran away to become an Interpol without saying a word. You see, no matter what the process is, the result is always good. Qianxuan comforted herself in this way, but there was still an emotion called unwillingness that emerged out of her control. She also began to reject the name Kimoki from the bottom of her heart. Xiaolin saw her unwillingness, sighed, touched her head, wanted to say something, but didn't say it. Qianxuan lowered her eyelids, seemed to be looking at her hands on her knees, but she didn't know where her thoughts had drifted to. So be it, she told herself. What else can be done besides this? Looking at her silent daughter, Xiaolin felt distressed and hugged her in her arms. Since you came back from S City, when you were 16 years old, I knew that something big had happened to you. Although you didn't say it, I can probably guess that it was nothing more than meeting someone you like, but ended up separating due to human or other reasons. If I didn't ask at the time, you would definitely think that I was careless and didn't pay attention. But no matter how careless I am, I wouldn't fail to notice such an obvious change in my daughter's temperament. I didn't ask, just because I knew that you didn't want to hear me ask, and didn't want to say it. Qianxuan was stunned. She never thought that it would be her mother who said this. At that time, even Sasha, Xiaomin and Luoluo tried every means to find out what happened to her from her. Although she knew that they were worried about her at the beginning, she still couldn't help but feel annoyed. But she didn't expect that the one who really understood her was Xiaolin, who had always been careless. Now that she thought about it, even the most careless Xiaolin had noticed her abnormality. The other elders seemed to be unaware at the time, which was probably a kind of consideration for her. Seeing the sudden realization on Qianxuan's face, Xiaolin comforted her. In a person's life, there are always many things that they have to do. Many times, those things will make the person involved feel miserable. However, time is the best medicine for healing. Usually, when we look back at those things that we have to do, we will wonder why we were so stupid at the time. Listening to the nostalgia in Xiaolin's words, Qianxuan felt that she seemed to have discovered some secret, and her face was both confused and curious. Seeing Qianxuan's rare childish expression, Xiaolin smiled and began to talk about the past that was already very distant to her. Before I got engaged to your father, just like you and Kimoki now, we had never met each other. Qianxuan's eyes widened. How is it possible? Xiaolin blinked. Why not? My parents died before I can remember, and I was raised by my grandmother. My grandmother was the youngest daughter-in-law of the Shi family at that time. Due to her health, my mother was the only daughter. At that time, my grandfather and my parents all passed away, leaving only my grandmother and me. My grandmother's health was not good, and the climate here in the capital was too cold and dry, which was not good for her health. So she took me to live in a small town in the south. What happened later? Qianxuan asked curiously. She always felt that things would not be so simple, and something must have happened to her mother when she was young. Later Xiaolin narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she saw scenes from the past. At that time, I met Chu Yao, a gentle and considerate little boy who lived next door, and was 2 years older than me. We grew up together, and fell in love naturally. Chu Yao was very smart and always did well in his studies. In the end, he was admitted to the capital university, and I, based on my own interests and dreams, was admitted to the H Province Army Command College, which is the best in the country. He promised to marry me after graduation, and I believed it. But things are unpredictable, and none of us can know what will happen in the future. What happened later? Qianxuan's voice was very soft, as if she was afraid to disturb Xiaolin's memories. Xiaolin smiled silently, with a hint of sadness on her lips. In my second year of college, I suddenly received bad news. My grandmother's condition worsened, and the doctor issued a critical illness notice. I rushed back from H province, but my grandmother was in a coma all the time. In the end, she died in her sleep without leaving me a single word. At that time, many people from the 8 major clans came to pay their respects, but I was unaware of it and handled my grandmother's funeral in a daze. When I came to my senses a little, I found that the whole town was saying that Chu Yao had returned home in glory and was going to marry the daughter of the president of the capital college. I still can't forget the feeling at that time. When my most important relative passed away, and my life was at its lowest point, the lover who had promised to marry me was happily preparing to marry another woman. It was really ironic. Qianxuan also widened her eyes. This was too much. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Xiaolin seemed to be still reminiscing. I know, it might just be a coincidence. Chu Yao is not the kind of person who likes to rub salt into other people's wounds. He later came to me to explain. But so what, whether it is a coincidence or not, the fact is that he made me hurt. It was heartbreaking. Later, your grandfather arranged a marriage for your father and me. We got engaged half a year later, and when I graduated from school, we got married immediately. Qianxuan opened her mouth wide. So fast? Xiaolin sneered and scratched her nose. Yes, very soon. Until your eldest brother was born, your father and I had more respect than closeness. It was the birth of your eldest brother that broke the deadlock between your father and me, and we began to really understand each other, and then had a harmonious relationship. Then are you and Dad in love? Qianxuan asked hesitantly. Xiaolin laughed. Of course. But even we can't be sure whether the love between us comes from family, love or friendship. But one thing is correct, I feel very happy. I can say that I'm not dissatisfied with my life at all. Then did you meet Chu Yao later? Qianxuan asked curiously. Of course I have. Xiaolin raised his chin, with a dazzling light in his eyes. But, at that time, I was already a colonel in the military, and went to the capital college with your father and sixth uncle, to summarize the military training for freshmen, and he, as an ordinary professor of the capital college, followed their dean to greet us. Qianxuan felt a little relieved. Then he will definitely regret it. After all, he must have thought that you were just an orphan with no one to rely on, so he chose the rich girl who could save him 10 years of hard work. But Xiaolin didn't care. Why do I need his regret? I'm just happy that he didn't affect my life, and I'm living well without him. Does your father know about you and Chu Yao? I know, but he probably never took Chu Yao to heart. Your father's greatest advantage is that he has a broad mind that others can't match. Xiaolin's mouth curled up, and there was a hint of charm in her smile. Chapter 86 The best. Xiaolin's past is like the most cliched story, without any novelty, but it is real and touching. Xiaolin gently combed Qianxuan's hair. At that time, I felt that the sky was falling, and I was in a panic. But now when I look back, I can only laugh at myself at that time. So, Xuan, only by learning to let go, can you be happy. How do you know that Kimoki is not to you what your father was to me? Let go? Qianxuan Zengren, hasn't she thought about it? But she can't do it, even if she dies. If Xuan had taken away her eyes, her ears, her tongue, her hands and feet, and even her love at that time, now that the end of the world has come, no matter how much hatred she had in her heart, it would have disappeared long ago. But no, she took away her child, her flesh and blood. The hatred that had been suppressed for 10 years, once released, had already been out of control, tormenting her like a bone-eating poison, making her unable to get rid of it. Qianxuan didn't say anything, so Xiaolin poked his head in confusion, but was startled by her expression. In fact, Qianxuan's expression was very calm, without any ferocity or hatred, but her eyes were as deep as a whirlpool, like a dormant beast, always ready to tear its prey into pieces. But Xiaolin was a mother after all, and she did not ignore the silent sadness that surrounded her daughter, who was hurt to the extreme and in pain. Xiaolin's doubts were aroused at once. She originally thought that her daughter had been emotionally hurt, but looking at her current reaction, plus her understanding of her daughter's temperament, emotional hurt alone would definitely not make her still feel uneasy. Could it be that she had overlooked something, or was there something else hidden? Xiaolin had all kinds of guesses in her mind, but her face did not change. Xuanxun, tell your mother, tell me what kind of person you like. She tried her best to soften her voice, for fear that the wrong wording would irritate Qianxuan. What kind of person? Qianxuan tilted her head for a long time, before she slowly answered. He is very tall, just like sixth brother. When he walks, he is as leisurely, elegant, and full of energy as a cheetah. He is also very good looking, but I have forgotten his specific appearance. I only remember that he has a pair of very beautiful eyes, bright and clear, as pleasing to the heart as a flowing stream. He is a very good cook and can make many dishes that are both beautiful and delicious. He is also very good at housework and always keeps the house very clean. Zhaolin frowned. Could it be that the man Zuan likes is from a poor family? He speaks very little when we are together, unless I ask him specifically. I usually do the talking, but he always listens to me patiently. He is very careful and often reminds me of many things that I don't notice. Of course, he is only like this with me. He is mostly indifferent to others and can't even remember other people's names. Zhaolin nodded involuntarily. Men, especially good-looking men, only need to be gentle with the people they like, otherwise they are likely to attract bad peach blossoms. But there is one thing about him that is really annoying. Every time we disagree, he gets angry and says nothing. He just stares at me with his beautiful eyes without blinking, which is really scary. Moreover, he has a really bad temper. He is never the one who compromises after we quarrel. But he won't quarrel with me or go into a cold war with me. He still continues to care about me and cooks all kinds of delicious food for me, but his attitude is so lukewarm that people can't even get angry. Zhaolin frowned. This man is too petty. He has no gentlemanly manners at all and even wants girls to accommodate him. But he still has some sense. He didn't say anything hurtful or hit anyone. What's even better is that he still took care of the girls. One time we went to Disneyland. Halfway through the fun, I suddenly got my period, but I didn't bring any sanitary pads. I happened to be wearing a light colored skirt that day, so I was extremely anxious. At that time, he was not afraid of embarrassment like other boys. Without saying a word, he rushed to the convenience store to buy sanitary pads for me. At that time, because he didn't know much and was worried that I would be waiting anxiously, he bought every brand and brought back a big shopping bag. He was pointed at all the way, but he didn't care at all. Zhaolin nodded again. Yes, he is not the kind of man who is too pedantic, inflexible, and too obsessed with face. It can also be seen from here that he obviously cares about Qianxuan. He is particularly scary when he is angry. One time, my friend and I went out to the night market and we got separated. I had just arrived in a city at that time and was unfamiliar with the roads there. My cell phone ran out of battery and I couldn't get a taxi at night. I was so anxious that I almost cried. Later, my friend called him and he searched for me for 2 hours. At that time, he was very biased and blamed my friend for everything. He looked at my friend with eyes that were particularly scary, like a beast that was choosing its prey. In the end, he left me with a sentence, "Stay away from Qianxuan in the future," and pulled me away. Zhaolin was so focused on the man Qianxuan was talking about that she didn't notice the subtle stiffness in Qianxuan's tone when she said the word friend. In fact, when she said those words, Qianxuan was still in a trance and answered completely unconsciously. She didn't even know what she was saying. Zhaolin listened very carefully and didn't miss any details. When Qianxuan finished speaking, she had already outlined the general image and temperament of this person in her mind. However, her expression was a little strange. It wasn't that the person Qianxuan liked was not good, but that he was too good. Moreover, when Qianxuan talked about this person, let alone hatred, she didn't even blame him, and her eyes occasionally flashed with tenderness and sweetness unconsciously. This is completely different from her imagination. If this person has many bad points, although she will feel sorry for her daughter, she can really breathe a sigh of relief. I'm afraid that he is too good, so good that Qianxuan can't forget him and can't start a new relationship. Another point is that, since Qianxuan didn't have any negative feelings towards that person in her tone, who made her show that expression before, who hurt her precious daughter in her palm, Zhaolin is undoubtedly a woman who protects her family very much, not to mention that the one who was hurt this time is her only precious daughter. She didn't care before, because she thought her daughter was hurt by emotional trauma. She herself is an experienced person and knows that when something like that happens, the parties involved will not want others to intervene. Even if they want revenge, they probably want to do it themselves. It was also because of this that the elders of the Wu family, who were also protective of their own shortcomings, did not pursue Qianxuan's sudden change of temperament too much. They thought that it was just the pain that Qianxuan had to endure in order to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, and it was an inevitable process of growth in the journey of life. Qianxuan was raised by them. Since she did not ask for help, they also respected her wishes. In addition, they did not think that this little ordeal would be difficult for her. The fact is that Qianxuan was not defeated, and she stood more firmly. But now it seems that they took it for granted, and things happened beyond their expectations. And when they didn't know, the pearl in their hands suffered unimaginable pain. At this time, Xiaolin's heart was filled with anger. She felt that the blood in her body was boiling and chaotic. She could only try her best to suppress her rationality that was about to run away. Calm down, be calm. She kept repeating in her heart over and over again until her emotions calmed down a little. Her first task now was to get out what happened to Qianxuan 10 years ago and then go back to talk to her husband and sister-in-law and make a good plan to kill the person who hurt Qianxuan. Qianxuan didn't know what her mother was thinking at the moment. She looked at the time and found that it was already late. It would be 11 in 10 minutes. Xiaolin just came back to her senses and followed Qianxuan's sight to see the time on the alarm clock. She was shocked, thinking that Qianxuan would leave for country tomorrow. Even if she was reluctant, she could only let Qianxuan rest early and wait for the next opportunity to get out of the matter. After sending Xiaolin out, Qianxuan lay on her back on the bed weakly. The news she just received really brought her too much shock. What surprised her even more was the sentence she almost blurted out before. I have met the best, and I don't want to make do with it casually. Qianxuan laughed at herself slightly. It turned out that, even if Mok left without saying goodbye, he was still the best in her heart. Chapter 87 Mother's Expectations. After lying stupidly on the bed for half an hour, Qianxuan still felt irritable and couldn't calm down. Finally, she simply moved her faith and entered the realm of inheritance. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air filled with grass and trees, Qianxuan felt that her whole body and mind slowly relaxed. According to habit, Qianxuan went to see Patian first, fed her a lot of green mist, and chatted with her for a while. When she fell asleep again, she turned around and left. Every time she was with Patian, Qianxuan's mood was always a little complicated, with joy, relaxation, and even some bitterness. Patian's temperament was like a child, relying on her without reservation, and occasionally playing a little temper and acting coquettishly in front of her. But she was very sensible and considerate, and she could always find her low mood at the first time, and then comfort her clumsily. When she was absent-minded occasionally, she would wonder if her child was born safely that year, would it be like this? It was clearly a hopeless thought, but she couldn't help thinking about it again and again. Every time she thought about it, she felt heartbroken and burst into tears. Arriving at the lawn in front of Zuha, Qianxuan took out Kangxi and began daily basic training. First, the two-handed daggers hit, stab, pick, cut, and bring, and each action was repeated more than 1,000 times. Because Qianxuan used a two-handed dagger, the dagger Kangxi transformed into was much longer than the ordinary short dagger, almost comparable to the ordinary short sword. She couldn't just copy these basic moves, but had to think about and improve them little by little until they were the most suitable for her. Although she had all the combat experience of Nonado, her body did not, so daily basic training and striving to make them become the instinct of the body as soon as possible were essential. Her current strength looked good, but it was far behind Nonado at her peak. Not to mention Nonado's strength, after becoming a strong man in the god realm, even when her strength reached the 9th level, she created a record that shocked the entire Sadia, which was not comparable to her now. After Nonado lost her magic talent, she didn't like to deal with those magicians, whether it was because of the sight or jealousy. It happened that the border war between the two empires broke out at that time. A noble magician stationed there recognized Nonado passing by and ridiculed her with words. In the end, he even coveted her beauty and asked Nonado to be his lover with a face full of grace. At that time, Nonado said nothing and turned away, as if she didn't care about anything. In fact, she was about to go crazy, but she was in a hurry to meet up with her teacher and didn't have time to punish the noble magician. It was also the noble magician's bad luck. If Nonado had taken revenge on the spot, he would have rested in bed for 10 days and half a month at most. But Nonado couldn't get angry on the spot because she had something to do, but that didn't mean she forgot about it. On the contrary, Nonado was definitely a person who would take revenge for any flaws, and the longer the hatred was accumulated, the more terrifying it would be when it exploded. The final development was that Nonado accepted the employment of another empire, crossed the entire battlefield alone, broke into the magician team in the rear, and quietly killed thousands of senior magicians, including the noble magician, and 9 9th level magicians, and finally retreated unscathed. After the war, the various offenses that the noble magician had committed against Nonado were exposed, and after the death of the noble magician, he experienced the taste of being famous and infamous for thousands of years. The whole thing, if you use the words on the modern internet, is a bloody case caused by a rapist. After completing the basic training of the two-handed dagger, Qianxuan began to repeat a series of boring actions of drawing the bow, pulling the string, releasing the arrow. In this way, after 5,000 times, Qianxuan ended a series of sweaty training. Next, Qianxuan took a good bath in the hot spring, crawled out with soft hands and feet, wiped her body, changed into a new set of training clothes, and teleported to the element pool in the basement. She sat cross-legged, took out a crystal core of a mutant plant, and began to absorb it. Ever since Zhuang Yuan said that theory that night, she felt a little uncomfortable every time she saw those brain cores, not to mention the crystal cores, as if there were living zombies in front of her. However, she later changed her mind and thought that, as long as she absorbed a brain core, it would be like completely destroying a zombie, and she felt much more comfortable. When she felt that the absorbed energy was about to reach its limit, she saw through her mental power that the green brain core in her brain had grown a circle. Qianxuan was delighted. Her supernatural power had reached the 4th level. She couldn't wait to release a wisp of green mist. Sure enough, the color was thicker than the 3rd level, and there was an indescribable feeling. The green mist was like alive and full of vitality. The advancement of supernatural power made Qianxuan work harder in the next practice of Shan Wulao's mental method, hoping to break through the 3rd level in one fell swoop. However, Shan Wulao was not easy to practice after all. No matter how she operated her mental method, she was still stuck at a bottleneck and made no progress, and she appeared in the situation before she advanced to the 2nd level. Thinking of her breakthrough at that time, it seemed that she saw her heart clearly and broke the heart demon. Could it be that she has a demon in her heart again? But what is this demon in her heart this time? Qianxuan couldn't figure it out. In desperation, she could only put aside the practice of Shan Wulao and start meditating on the magic element. This time she was not disappointed, and she broke through the 5th level smoothly. Although Shan Wulao did not make any progress, the overall strength had made such a big leap, which still made Qianxuan's mind relax a little. Just thinking about the rescue target of this mission and the fact that the other party might become her fiancé, she inevitably began to get irritable again. But even if she was irritable, she still needed to have a good night's rest in preparation for tomorrow's trip. At 7:30 in the morning, Qianxuan came to the restaurant on time for breakfast. Unlike the few people who were sparse as usual, many people were already eating breakfast there today. Seeing her coming, they hurriedly greeted her for breakfast, as if they were afraid that she would not be able to walk on the road because she was not full. Qianxuan had just taken 2 sips of porridge when Zhuang Yuan and Shasha came over, accompanied by a gentleman wearing glasses, who should be the secret Dr. Liangshu. Soon after, Lu Zhi and Lu Chen also came in, followed by Yuan Chang, who was still yawning. As for Ling Ling and Wei Wei, as well as Lin Hui and Lin En, they were already eating breakfast before Qianxuan. While eating breakfast, Zhuang Yuan told the elders about the action plan they had discussed yesterday. When he finished speaking, except for the operators who had already known about this action, everyone else's faces were a little worried. Wu Yuan was even more hesitant and almost told them not to go, but he couldn't just watch the last bloodline of the Qi family go. Just as everyone was eating breakfast in silence, Kang Ruofei suddenly said, Zuan, let Yizhen go with you this time. Ah. Qianxuan was at a loss. Why did he say that suddenly? Kang Ruofei wiped her mouth with a tissue. Yixin is not a child anymore. If it was before the end of the world, I would still want to let him let nature take its course, but the current situation does not allow that. Although Yixin has participated in battles and encountered many setbacks, he has not encountered real dangers. His mentality is still hesitant and has not been adjusted. Your mission this time is a good opportunity. I want him to have a good try. Kang Ruofei said it heroically, but everyone felt sad. It is absolutely false to say that Kang Ruofei does not love her son. It's just that her love is not superficial, but lies in deeper and more distant expectations. How much heartache and reluctance must a mother endure to push her son out of the warm nest, to experience wind and rain, and even face the danger of possible death? Not to mention that her husband is not around now. But sister-in-law, Qianxuan said disapprovingly, if we succeed in this mission, there won't be too many battles. If not, our lives will be in danger. I know. Kang Ruofei's voice was still incredibly calm. I didn't ask him to hone his strength in battle. What I want is for him to see the world clearly, see the cruelty of this world, and then find his own way to survive. Qianxuan was speechless, looked at Yixin who was silent on the side, and asked, Zinzin, don't you have anything to say? She hoped that Yixin would say that he didn't want to go, but Yixin disappointed her. His voice was firm, and there was no room for change. I listened to my mother. It was because he knew how difficult it was for his mother to make such a decision that he wanted to meet her expectations without hesitation. Chapter 88 Aircraft. As soon as Yixin finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. To be honest, Qianxuan really didn't want to agree, but seeing the same determination in the eyes of the mother and son, she couldn't say no. At this time, Zhaolin coughed twice. Zhuangxun, agree to your sister-in-law. Mom? Qianxuan couldn't believe it. You know, Zhaolin usually treated Yixin, her first grandson, very precious. In the past, when Yixin got a little injured because of martial arts practice, she would secretly blame Kang Ruofei for being too cruel. I know what you want to say. Zhaolin supported her forehead with her hand, but compared to me, your sister-in-law feels worse. Don't let her down. Hearing her words, Kang Ruofei, who has always been strong-willed, immediately had red eyes. When she said this today, she was ready to be blamed by her mother-in-law, but she didn't expect to hear such considerate words. Seeing Kang Ruofei's loss of composure, Qianxuan sighed and nodded reluctantly. At 8 o'clock, everyone had finished breakfast and was ready to go. Before leaving, Qianxuan dug out a lot of high-tech information from the space and threw it to Qianyu without sorting it out. In addition, he gave him some lower-level metal ores that he could decompose. At first, Qianyu was a little confused about Qianxuan's sudden taking out of a bunch of things, but when he saw what they were, his eyes lit up. For the sake of caution, they did not plan to board the aircraft in the city, but to take the car out of the city and find a hidden place to take out the aircraft. In addition to the personnel participating in this operation, Kang Ruofei and Lizia volunteered to be their drivers and drove a Land Rover to take them out of the city. Due to the weather, not many people have left the city recently, but there are some, especially now that the temperature is slightly lower in the morning. After completing the exit procedures at the city gate, the two Land Rovers drove out of the city without stopping until they drove to a wasteland in the suburbs, and the car stopped, and everyone got off the car one by one. Qianxuan first used his mental power to scan a few thousand meters in radius to make sure that there was no one nearby, and then took out a aircraft from the space. Almost immediately, everyone's eyes were attracted by the sudden appearance in front of them. The aircraft that Qianxuan took out was not big, and was even smaller than the Land Rover they drove, but its appearance was really eye-catching, with smooth and elegant lines, and white and silver blue geometric figures intertwined to form a gorgeous sense of mystery. Looking at the surprise in everyone's eyes, Qianxuan smiled, stepped forward and put her hand on a palm-sized silver screen on the left side of the aircraft. With a ding sound, a door on the left side of the aircraft moved away. Qianxuan stood to one side, stretched out her right hand, and made an invitation gesture to everyone. Yuan Chang was the first one to get in impatiently. When the others saw it, they followed in one after another. Even Kang Ruofei and Lizia, who were going back, followed behind out of curiosity. After everyone went in, Qianxuan bent down and followed. Wow, oh my god, am I dreaming? The scene in front of them was really challenging everyone's cognition. Even if they had heard Qianxuan say it beforehand, seeing it with their own eyes was another matter. From the outside, the aircraft obviously has limited capacity, but after entering, it is found that the space inside is unexpectedly large. The first thing you see is a lounge that integrates various functions. It is dominated by light blue, royal blue, dark blue and other blue tones. On the left is a log-colored staircase leading to the second floor. On the right is a corridor. Looking out, you can see countless rooms. Opposite is a fully equipped kitchen separated by a bar. Facing the various exclamations of the crowd, Qianxuan clapped her hands and pointed to the corridor and said, "Pick a room there according to your preferences." The method is very simple. There is a small screen in front of each door. After selecting, put your hand on it until you hear a ding sound, and the door will open. It is agreed in advance that the size and decoration of those rooms are the same, so you don't have to worry too much about this. Yuan Chang and other younger ones cheered and couldn't wait to choose their own rooms. Seeing that only a few adults were left, Qianxuan smiled and rushed Lin Hui and Lin En, who were still standing here, but their minds were already on those rooms, to choose a room. Turning around, Qianxuan took out something similar to headphones from a secret compartment on the wall of the lounge, and then walked towards the large blue screen in front. There was a long induction line between the headphones in her hand and the secret compartment, but she didn't care. She put her hand on the large blue screen. With a ding sound, the screen turned from blue to dark, and then a silver reading bar appeared. "What is this doing?" Looking at the reading bar moving slowly like a snail, Shasha asked curiously. Qianxuan handed the headphones in her hand to Zhuang Yuan, motioning him to put them on, and then slowly said, "This is to adjust the magnetic field waves with the earth. The speed is a bit slow, but it's only this time, and it won't be needed in the future." "Then what is this for?" Zhuang Yuan pointed to the headphones on his head. Although the appearance of this thing is almost the same as headphones, he would not think that it is headphones. The thought sensing device is equivalent to the combination of the clutch, steering wheel, and accelerator of a car. Qianxuan stood on tiptoe, pulled out a transparent thin line from the side of the thought sensing device, and attached one end of it to the back of Zhuang Yuan's neck. No one knew what the thin line was made of, but it stuck to Zhuang Yuan's skin without any external force. Feeling the strange after effect, Zhuang Yuan felt a little uncomfortable and asked, "What did you stick on my neck?" "Thought sensing line." At this moment, the reading bar on the big screen had reached the end, and the screen had turned into a soft light blue. At this time, Kang Ruofei and Lizia, whose curiosity was satisfied, saw that they were about to leave, and said goodbye, and walked out of the aircraft. Qianxuan originally wanted to send them off, but they refused. Because she still had to operate the route setting, she did not insist. A pleasant piece of music sounded, and buttons with different meanings appeared on the screen. Qianxuan stepped forward and pressed a red button, and then the screen changed, and a large number of buttons appeared. Qianxuan carefully pressed buttons one by one to set up the aircraft. After pressing the last button, the music that had been in her ears disappeared, and the screen turned back to the blue color at the beginning. At the same time, the door of the aircraft closed silently, and the surrounding walls emitted a soft silver blue light. "Brother Zhuang, please sit in front of the screen." Qianxuan stretched out her hand and touched the screen. The screen flashed for a while, and then the picture outside the aircraft appeared. "Wow, so clear, as if I saw it with my own eyes." Shasha couldn't help but exclaimed, "What should I do?" Sitting in front of the screen, even Zhuang Yuan, who was always calm, was inevitably a little nervous when facing an aircraft that he had never touched before. "You don't have to do anything." Qianxuan sat on the sofa beside him. "You just need to think. The thought induction line will convey your thoughts to the thought sensing operator, and when the aircraft receives the command from the thought sensing operator, it will move forward according to your wishes." After hearing her words, Zhuang Yuan just thought of departure, and the aircraft silently took off and flew several hundred meters. "Lower, lower." Zhuang Yuan shouted anxiously. Fortunately, the same thought flashed through his mind, and the aircraft began to fly close to the ground as he wished. Don't be nervous, you have to treat the aircraft as a part of your body. It will definitely be able to faithfully execute any of your ideas. The more nervous you are, the more confused your thoughts will be, which will affect the aircraft's acceptance of your instructions. Looking at the aircraft moving left and right, fast and slow, Qianxuan reminded. A few minutes later, after the initial confusion, Yuan had become proficient in driving the aircraft. The aircraft was close to the ground and flew steadily towards their destination. Seeing the sweat on Yuan's forehead due to his nervousness, Qianxuan handed him a glass of iced orange juice. At this time, Yuan Chang and others had already chosen their rooms and walked out. Ah, have we set off? Yuan Chang exclaimed when he saw the scenery on the screen constantly moving backwards. Hearing his words, the others also cast their eyes on the screen. Didn't you feel that the aircraft had taken off before? Shasha asked curiously. No, I didn't feel it at all. Yuan Chang shook his head and replied. Others who went to choose their rooms also nodded to indicate that they didn't feel it either. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Past Reluctance. Sasha looked at the scenery on the screen that was rapidly receding and walked back and forth a few steps in doubt, with a look of surprise on her face. Really, I don't feel anything at all, just as stable as standing on flat ground. What's going on? Yuan looked at Qianxuan in confusion. Qianxuan frowned. It should be a display of high technology. I don't really understand the details. Sasha waved her hand. Who cares, as long as it's convenient. In this way, we can travel day and night without affecting our sleep quality. Hearing her words, Qianxuan frowned, thinking that traveling overnight means meeting Kimoki earlier. She couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. That's feasible. Yuan put the glass of orange juice on the low table beside him, but the person driving the aircraft will have to be a little tired. Liangshu, do you know the way to Province X? He looked at Liangshu standing next to him. As if he hadn't expected Yuan to suddenly ask him a question, Liangshu was stunned for a moment before answering. I don't know him, but aren't there road signs on the road? This was the first time he spoke since they met, and everyone was startled by his voice. It wasn't that Liangshu's voice was unpleasant. On the contrary, it was very pleasant, low and with a kind of enchanting lingering meaning. It was just that the voice didn't match his gentle and handsome image, but was more suitable for Yuan, who looked handsome and evil. When they thought of Yuan's gentle and low voice that didn't match his appearance, everyone's faces became even more strange. It was too confusing. How nice it would be if these two people's voices were exchanged. Everyone complained in their hearts. Yuan and Liangshu didn't ignore everyone's expressions, looked at each other, and turned their eyes away, as if they didn't notice anything. They were really used to it, and basically everyone who had heard them talk had this reaction. Yuan rubbed his eyes. You're right, but we don't plan to take the highway, but take a straight line to shorten the journey. In that case, only you and I know the road. But if each of us drives for 12 hours a day, it will be too much for us. Qianxuan said in embarrassment. There's no other way. Let's drive for 8 hours each and rest for the remaining 8 hours. Yuan said helplessly. Qianxuan was secretly happy when she heard it, but pretended to nod helplessly. It can only be this way. Someone. Yuan Chang suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that, on the route of the aircraft, there was a man in a mess, carrying a huge mutant chicken corpse with a happy face, and walking towards them. What should we do? The aircraft will be seen. Shasha said in a panic. When everyone heard it, except Yuan and Liangshu, everyone else started to panic. Qianxuan rolled her eyes. I have already set the aircraft to invisible mode. Okay. Everyone was stunned and looked at the screen. Sure enough, their aircraft was very close to the man, but the man still knew nothing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shasha rolled her eyes at Qianxuan. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried for nothing. Qianxuan blinked innocently. At this time, everyone sat on the sofa in the lounge and started chatting. By the way, let's talk about our own strengths and specialties, so as to avoid mistakes in the future when we encounter a battle, because we don't understand each other. Qianxuan suggested. Okay. Sasha agreed. I'll go first. My ability is perspective. I'm currently in the late 4th stage, and I'm in the early 3rd stage of water attributed Daoqi. Yuan followed up. My ability is poison sting. I'm currently in the late 4th stage, and I'm in the 1st stage of dark magic. My other specialty is assassination. I'm a water attributed ability user. I'm currently in the late 3rd stage, specializing in medicine. Liangshu ice magic is 4th stage. Lu Zhi wind magic is 3rd stage, and fire attributed Daoqi is 2nd stage. Lu Chen word spirit ability is mid 4th stage. Fire magic is early 3rd stage, and wind attributed Daoqi is 1st stage. Wei Wei ice magic is 4th stage. Lingling thunder ability is late 4th stage. 2nd stage wind magic, 2nd stage fire attributed Daoqi. Yixin earth ability is early 4th stage. 2nd stage fire magic, and 3rd stage thunder attributed Daoqi. Yuan Chang strength ability is early 5th stage. Lin Hui speed ability is early 5th stage. Lin N explosive ability is late 4th stage. Thunder magic is 1st stage. Qianxuan when only Qianxuan was left. She slowly said, life ability at the early stage of the 4th level, light, dark, and space magic at the 5th level, good at using two-handed daggers and bows and arrows. Because of her ability, she simply called it life ability. After summing it up, Qianxuan felt that the strength of their team was still very good, especially Ling Ling, who didn't expect that she could catch up with Lu Zhi's top level magic talent with her high level ice magic talent, which shows how hard she practiced. In this way, they have 2 intermediate ice magicians. Looking at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock, and Qianxuan walked into the kitchen. She first opened the double door refrigerator, and found that these appliances were still in dormancy. She was stunned, walked to the side of the wall of the lounge, opened a secret compartment, pressed a few buttons, and then returned to the kitchen. Sure enough, various appliances had started to work. Qianxuan first filled the refrigerator with various meats, fruits, vegetables, and drinks, then took out various seasonings to add to the seasoning box, and then took out a bag of rice and a bag of flour, and put them in the corner. In addition, she also filled the empty cupboard with all kinds of bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. Wow, what's going on? Why did it suddenly become cool? Yuan Chang exclaimed in the lounge. Others were also puzzled, so they turned their doubtful eyes to Qianxuan, the only one who might know. I turned on the constant temperature system. Qianxuan shouted while washing tomatoes. Sasha and Xiaozi come to help. After cutting the tomatoes into thin slices, Qianxuan neatly arranged them on the plate, intending to let Sasha make tomato scrambled eggs. After Sasha entered the kitchen, she saw the chopped tomatoes and eggs, and started beating the eggs knowingly. Qianxuan was cutting wintermelon into pieces, and when she saw Lu Zhi following in, she directed her to wash the rice. After arranging the cut wintermelon on the plate, Qianxuan put the cut pork ribs into boiling water to skim off the blood, then scooped them up and put them in the casserole, adding water and wintermelon to prepare wintermelon and pork rib soup. At this time, Sasha had already cooked scrambled eggs with tomatoes, picked up 2 cucumbers on the counter and asked, "Can we have cucumbers cold?" Qianxuan was busy spreading barbecue sauce on a clean chicken and nodded when she heard it. "Hey, Qianxuan, are you worried about something?" Sasha asked hesitantly while cutting cucumbers. In fact, she was not sure. After all, Qianxuan's performance today was very normal, but she always felt that something was wrong. Qianxuan, who was setting the time for the oven, was stunned, paused, and pressed the confirmation button on the oven. Just when Sasha thought Qianxuan would not answer her question, Qianxuan's calm voice rang in her and Lu Zhi's ears. "My mother said that my grandfather might want me to get engaged to Kimoki." But the content of the words was not calm at all, and Sasha was so shocked that she almost cut her fingers, and Lu Zhi, who was holding a plate, almost threw the plate in her hand. Sasha put down the kitchen knife in her hand. Could it be that Aunt Lin made a mistake? The possibility is too small. Qianxuan was taking out a cabbage and washing it under the faucet. Sasha frowned. Grandpa Wu is confused. Kimoki grew up outside. That's right. Lu Zhi also nodded in agreement. This is a common problem among all the members of the 8 major clans. They have a sense of distrust towards outsiders in their bones. Even though Kimoki is also a member of the 8 major clans by blood, he did not grow up with them. Maybe after getting along with them, they will trust and get close to him, but definitely not now. Qianxuan sighed. Sure enough, what Sasha cares about is very different from her. Sasha cares about whether the other party is reliable, and I'm not willing to accept it. Qianxuan's voice was inaudible, but Sasha and Lu Zhi heard it. Sasha was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while to realize that Qianxuan had someone she liked before. She sighed and said, I was not reconciled before. I felt that I didn't have to be with Zhuangyuan. Maybe I would meet someone better. However, I didn't make a fuss like my sister, because I knew it was useless. I kept waiting for the time when I could decide my own fate, and then I would resist vigorously again. At that time, I thought, just once, if I failed, I would accept my fate. But then what happened between my sister and brother Lu had a great impact on me. I thought about it for half a year before I realized that what I wanted to resist was never being with Zhuangyuan, but the marriage that was imposed on me without asking for my wishes. And for me, he might not be the best one. Chapter 90 No More Escape. Sasha said it lightly, but Qianxuan was shocked by her. She had never thought that Sasha, who was always well behaved, had such a strong idea. After hearing it, she couldn't help but sigh. The best. Lu Zhi, who was standing by, was still a little young after all, and she didn't quite understand what she said. Looking at Qianxuan, who looked a little dull, Sasha couldn't help but worry about her. She had never been so upset as she was at this moment. She was upset why she didn't go to S City with Qianxuan. If she had gone, things might have changed, or she could have been with Qianxuan when she was most desperate and painful. She began to miss Xianmin and Luoluo. If they were here, could they come up with a solution, or give Qianxuan some comfort? Even if they did nothing, they could give Qianxuan an extra hug, and say I'm with you. Here, Qianxuan took out 2 bags of golden cakes, and put them on a whole plate, then wrapped them in plastic wrap, and put them in the microwave to heat. Turning back, she saw Sasha standing there stupidly, looking at her with a face full of helplessness and worry. I'm fine. Qianxuan began to cut the cabbage that she had washed before. It was just a meaningless sigh before. You don't have to take it to heart. Sasha knew that was Qianxuan's words of comfort to her, but the more she said so, the more uncomfortable she felt. When she was still immature, her heart was full of resentment. Resentment about why God was so unfair. Their 8 clans had paid so much for the establishment of this country, but they were betrayed and feared. Their wholehearted dedication to the country and the people turned into high merits that frightened the master. Why did Ping Jiangli and Jiangzong live well and have the energy to constantly design the 8 clans while they lost so many relatives? The unrecognizable corpse of the eldest brother Zhuz, the unwillingness of Lu Jun who could have survived but was forced to death, the self-exile of her sister Zhuzixi after losing her love, the pain of Yuanzi being betrayed and killed by her lover. All of this made her cynical and even began to hate the world. A few years passed. When the pain slowly subsided, she looked back and only saw her immaturity and weakness at that time. Now she has grown up and no longer complains, but starts to try to become stronger. When she is strong enough to protect the people around her, she begins to have the same mood as before. How she hopes that all this is a joke between God and Qianxuan. After laughing, she is still the Qianxuan who has no worries and smiles every day before the age of 16. We have endured so much pain. Do we have to continue to endure it? Sasha's mood suddenly became clear and open. She put her hand on Qianxuan's shoulder. I'll go with you to find him. Who? Qianxuan was confused by her incoherent words. Sasha's eyes were bright and clear, shining with a determined light. Let's go find Moki. As for the engagement, Grandpa Wu hasn't told you yet, so just pretend you don't know. After this rescue operation, we will leave the capital to find Moki. Ask him why he left without saying goodbye that year, and we will come back after we find out. At that time, whether you decide to try to be with Kimoki or not, I support you. At this time, Sasha was no longer confused and lazy as before, but full of fighting spirit. She looked at Qianxuan with encouragement in her eyes, and her words also contained an indomitable spirit. Go, find him. She had been avoiding it all the time, so she never thought that she could take the initiative to find him. Seeing that Sasha, who always hated going out, actually said that she would accompany her to leave the capital for her, she felt that she could no longer escape. She couldn't live her own life in such a muddle. She should find out the truth of the year, whether it was beautiful or cruel, and then choose the life she wanted to live without regrets. Qianxuan felt a little sour in her nose and nodded randomly. Okay, let's go find him and ask him clearly. She felt that she had to use all her strength to control herself from crying. For a moment, all the reluctance, all the hesitation, all the confusion and hesitation to move forward retreated from her, replaced by the ease after seeing the road ahead, and the determination after making up her mind. Qianxuan was undoubtedly the most beautiful at this time, exuding a dazzling style from head to toe. Although her eyes were slightly red and her eyes were filled with tears, the relaxation that could not be hidden by the corners of her eyes and eyebrows and the happy smile on the corners of her mouth made her as charming as a blooming rose. Liangshu, who walked into the kitchen with the glass of orange juice that Zhuang Yuan had drunk, saw Qianxuan like this and was stunned. Seeing the long-lost relaxed smile on Qianxuan's face, Sasha's mood also jumped up. Their little sister should always smile carefree like this, she thought in her heart. Lu Zhi was confused about the conversation between the two of them. She only knew that they seemed to have made up their minds to find someone. She didn't know the cause and effect of the matter, and she didn't intend to pursue it. As long as she saw that the mood of the two sisters was getting better, she didn't care about anything. Her personality was like this. She didn't have excessive curiosity. As long as the people around her were happy, it was fine. As for why they were happy, it was not within her scope of concern. It must be said that, although Lu Zhi looked cold and arrogant, she was actually the most tolerant girl to her friends and relatives. She would not break the casserole to ask questions in the name of concern, and always gave the greatest respect and trust to the people around her. When Qianxuan calmed down and prepared to make some finger biscuits to satisfy Ling Ling and Wee Wu's cravings, she found Liangshu standing in a daze at the kitchen door. At the same time, Sasha also saw him. Do you need anything? She looked at the glass in his hand curiously. In fact, what she wanted to ask was, what are you doing standing there? It's just that they are not very familiar with each other, and some questions seem a bit impolite. Liangshu pushed his eye uncomfortably, pretending to glance at Qianxuan, who was also curious about him, and shook the glass in his hand. I saw that Zhuang Yuan couldn't spare the time to wash the cups, so I prepared to do it for him, but the kitchen is a bit crowded. As he said this, he looked meaningfully at the kitchen divided by the three of them. His face was calm and composed, but his earlobes hidden behind his hair were already red as blood. Qianxuan and the other two looked at it and found that, although the kitchen was not small, it was limited to accommodate the three of them. If someone else came in, it would be a hindrance, especially since the sink was occupied by Qianxuan. Seeing Liangshu was not in a hurry, he believed his words without much doubt. Qianxuan quickly washed the flour off her hands and then gave him the seat by the sink. Liangshu walked to the sink, turned on the faucet, and started to wash the glass in his hand. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but he washed the glass carefully for a minute, even though it was not greasy and only needed to be rinsed. Qianxuan, who was using a cookie mold to press the shape of cookies, looked at him inexplicably. Seeing that he looked calm, she thought she was overthinking, and that he was just being more careful. Liangshu put the washed glass on the bar and said with a smile before leaving, although I can't cook, I can still do things like cleaning chickens and ducks. You girls like to be clean, so you can call me if you need anything. Although his voice was charming and gave people a feeling of not being serious, the sincerity in his words was unmistakable, and it was obviously not a polite remark. This man is not bad, much better than those big men who sit outside waiting to eat, Sasha said in a low voice, after making sure that Liangshu, who had left, could no longer hear her. Come on. Qianxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Zhuang is so pitiful. He was shot, even when he was lying down. He was obviously working hard to fly the aircraft, but in your mouth, he became a grown man waiting to be eaten. Lu Zhi also nodded. You really can't blame them. My brother's cooking is barely edible. Ah Chang is completely at odds with the kitchen. Yizhen is even more so. He has never even been to the kitchen. As for the 12th brother, I don't know. The 12th brother she was talking about was Qianxuan. Because he was ranked 12th, the tribesman younger than him should have called him the 12th brother of Wu, but it was really not smooth, and he was uncomfortable to hear it. He was not happy to call him by his name directly. In the end, they simply omitted the last name, and called him the 12th brother and Qianyu the 11th brother. Qianxuan laughed out loud. Qianxuan was the only one who was not wrongly accused. When it comes to cooking skills, he is definitely better than me, especially when it comes to Western food, which is very authentic. So he is a real grown man waiting to be eaten. No one would have thought that the always arrogant Qianxuan was actually very good at cooking. Really? Sasha and Lassie were surprised. Chapter 91 Weewoo's Specialty Theory. When it was almost 12 o'clock, watching Sasha take out the last dish of tempting braised pork from the pot, Qianxuan began to invite everyone to eat. The lunch was very rich, with fried eggs with tomatoes, winter melon and pork rib soup, cold cucumber salad, roast chicken, steamed sea bass, hand-shredded cabbage, egg custard, braised pork, and golden cake. Considering that everyone had a large appetite, the portion of each dish was very sufficient. As soon as everyone sat down, Qianxuan called for dinner, and Wee couldn't wait to grab a roasted chicken leg. Lingling, who was sitting next to her, glared at her fiercely, but she didn't care, and just gnawed on her favorite chicken leg happily. Qianxuan, who was standing aside, smiled and put the other roasted chicken leg into Lingling's bowl. The little girl was obviously very happy, but pretended not to care, and said thank you in a low voice awkwardly. Wee, don't just eat the vegetables, you have to eat the rice too. If you don't finish the rice in your bowl, I'll leave it for you to eat at night. Seeing that Wee had finished eating the chicken leg, and started to pick up the golden cake, but the rice in the bowl was not touched at all, Sasha frowned and warned. Wee looked up, and saw the disapproval in everyone's eyes. She pursed her lips and reluctantly started to pick up the rice in the bowl. Qianxuan looked at it, and shook her head secretly. She was still protected too well. If it were other children, even if they were picky eaters before the doomsday, they would have been forced to change by now, because of the environment. The survivors outside, let alone rice, can eat even moldy bread with relish. Halfway through the meal, Wee's face suddenly turned red and her eyes were full of tears. What's wrong? Lingling was startled by her, and quickly put down her chopsticks, and stood up from the chair. Lu Zhi reacted the fastest. Seeing the half-eaten fish in Wee's bowl, she realized that she was stabbed by a fish bone and quickly went to the kitchen to get vinegar for her to drink. However, although Wee's throat didn't hurt anymore, her expression became dull. Seeing her look, Lingling's eyes dimmed, and she murmured, in the past, the eldest brother and the second brother would help us pick out the fish bones. Her tone was full of disappointment. Everyone froze and their expressions became a little gloomy. Liangshu didn't understand, while Lin Hui and Lin were confused. The eldest brother and the second brother that Lingling was talking about were Moshi and Mo Wang, respectively, taken from the words on the spiritual jade of Jai Baoihu and Dream of the Red Chamber. Although their names are so meaningful, their personalities are actually very different from their names. One is serious and old-fashioned, and the other is cold and self-respecting. Both of them graduated from the Capital University of Political Science and Law. Before their death, they were both well-known lawyers. One was good at criminal cases, and the other was good at economic cases. Like Ruan Ming, he was not as good as the first two. Those two were really the ghosts of the world, and there were few people in the political and legal circles who were not terrified of them. However, among the 8 major clans, these two are more famous for being sister con. Lingling and Wee were born when their mother was over 50 years old. They were truly the daughters of an old clan. They were raised by the whole family since they were born. They loved these two sisters who could be their daughters. However, Moshi and Mo did not die in the disaster. When the disaster happened, they were both abroad and escaped. However, General Ping was cautious and ruthless. He would not let go of the two famous lawyers who might bring the disaster to court, or even catch them. It was just that the disaster had just happened at that time. Lu Jun was seriously injured and needed urgent treatment. Wu Yuan was busy running around and was almost exhausted, so he naturally neglected it. So General Ping took advantage of the chaos of the 8 major clans and designed a plane crash, using hundreds of innocent passengers as the two people's burial companions. In the end, the 8 major clans could not even salvage the bodies of the 2 people and could only build a tomb for them. This matter, coupled with Lu Jun's matter, made Wu Yuan fainted with anger. For Qianxuan, Emoshi and Mo Wang, as her 4th brother, 5th brother and 6th brother's childhood friends, have never lacked love for her. When the bad news came, not to mention that the 4th brother, 5th brother and 6th brother were difficult to accept at that time, she was also sad for a long time. At dinner, Qianxuan brought out 2 plates of cut hammy melons with toothpicks inserted as after meal fruit. This aircraft is really convenient to drive, and it can do 2 things at the same time. Zhuang Yuan picked up a piece of hammy melon and stuffed it into his mouth. Qianxuan did not expect that Zhuang Yuan had just been driving the aircraft and eating at the same time, and nothing happened. In this case, how many days will it take us to get to Province X? Liang Shu asked politely while picking up a piece of hammy melon. For him, everything he saw today was beyond his expectations. The magical flying machine that he had only seen in science fiction movies, the lunch that he had not seen for a long time was almost the same as before the doomsday, and the woman whose smile made him a little obsessed. However, as a secret doctor who was in the middle of the pack before the doomsday, but relied on his medical skills to survive in the jungle of the law of the jungle for more than 10 years, his acceptance ability has always been good, and he was calm and composed again without anyone noticing his abnormality. Zhuang Yuan thought for a while. At the current speed, if nothing unexpected happens, we can reach Province X in 3 days at the fastest and 5 days at the slowest. Great. In this case, we can go home in about half a month this time. Shasha cheered. You are too happy too early. Qianxuan poured cold water on her without any hesitation. Do you know how big X province is? Nearly 2 million square kilometers, accounting for 1/6 of the country. Just finding people in such a large area is difficult enough. Yes. Lu Zhi agreed. To be cautious, the aircraft will not be used if possible. Shasha was discouraged. No way, I thought I could get rid of the natural oven outside this time. If so, I will have to go out and suffer again. As she said this, she saw that her skin, which had turned from white to honey color by the sun, might turn from honey color to wheat color soon, so she lay down on the table weakly. Hearing her words, Yuan Chang, who was happily eating cantaloupe, frowned. I finally feel alive again. Are you going to throw me under the sun again? God, how can you be so cruel to me? After saying this, she also made a gesture of holding her heart in pain. Seeing his funny appearance of pretending to be a devout believer, everyone couldn't help laughing. Even Shasha, who was lying on the table decadently, couldn't help laughing. When we get to Province X, can we go find grapes and cantaloupes? Wee asked expectantly, smacking her lips, her eyes sparkling. Qianxuan was puzzled. You want to eat grapes and cantaloupes? We won't give you any less. Why do you have to go to Province X to find them? You know, there are so many kinds of fruits and vegetables piled up in her space warehouse that she can't eat them all. Not to mention that the vegetable gardens and orchards are still producing them. Wee blinked her big eyes innocently. Aren't grapes and cantaloupes and hammy melons, by the way, all specialties of Province X? Aren't specialties more delicious? What kind of logic is this? Qianxuan was puzzled, and Lu Zhi and others beside her also felt very puzzled. Wee was anxious. Really, you see, the roast duck in our capital is very famous. It is a specialty, so it tastes better than roast duck in other places. Grapes, cantaloupe and hammy melon are specialties of Province X, so they must be better than those in our capital. After saying that, she felt that she was very smart and knew things that even adults didn't know, and nodded complacently. Everyone was embarrassed and sighed that the children's logical thinking was really strong. Not to mention other things, most of the hammy melons in the capital are shipped from Province X, so what's the difference? It's just that this kind of thing can't be explained clearly to children. Besides, most of the fruits they eat now are grown in Qianxuan space, and the taste is definitely not worse than those in Province X. Looking at Wu's expression of looking forward to eating cantaloupe, grapes and hammy melons from Province X, everyone looked at each other and finally sighed. Forget it, I'll get her some cantaloupe, grapes and hammy melons from Province X, when the time comes. Facts speak louder than words. Oh right. Sasha sat up straight. Province X is rich in cotton, and the quality is also very good. Since the weather may get colder, should we collect some? Let's collect some. Qianxuan nodded in support. Also, the coal mines in Province X are also very large. Let's collect some, which can be used for heating. And oil. If possible, we should also find a way to get some. The current oil price in the capital is staggering. Getting some can not only be prepared for any eventuality, but also preserve its value and be exchanged for other supplies in the future. Zhuang Yuan added. Qianxuan was stunned, thinking that Province X's oil production accounts for 30% of the country's total, and smiled. I almost forgot that I have some robots that specialize in mining minerals here, which will be of great help to our trip. Chapter 92. Two places. At noon on the fourth day, Qianxuan and the others relied on the speed of the aircraft to cross the border of Province X. Qianxuan had been in a good mood for the past few days because she decided not to escape on that day with the encouragement of Sasha. When she entered the inheritance realm for routine training at night, she actually broke through the bottleneck of Shan Wu Lao without any obstacles and officially entered the third level. After a little thought, she knew that her inner demon this time was escape. However, when she just entered Province X, she began to panic inexplicably. Thinking of the situation they would encounter in this rescue operation, she attributed it to her intuition warning herself in advance. This feeling is really half heaven and half hell. Sasha leaned half of her body out of the aircraft and complained. Okay, you are the only one left, come out quickly. Qianxuan stepped forward and pulled her out. After waiting for Qianxuan to put away the aircraft, everyone began to observe the environment around them. They were on a small road outside a small town at this time, surrounded by desolate surroundings. Occasionally, one or two zombies appeared and pounced on them, but they were quickly dealt with. There are really few zombies here. Lu Zhi sighed. X province has a relatively small population, so there are naturally fewer zombies. Qianxuan, who was handing a bottle of mineral water to Sasha, answered casually. There are pros and cons. Although there are few people here, there are too many animals. There are more than 500 kinds of wild animals alone. Add to that the countless pastures in the south, and it's even more deadly. Zhuang Yuan pulled his collar and said, okay, don't talk about this anymore. Let's find a house to hide from the sun. It's noon now. Sasha urged impatiently, while shielding the sun with her hands. Zhuang Yuan held his forehead and compromised. I know, auntie, let's go to the town first. He pointed to the town in front and said to everyone. Everyone had no objection. This sunscreen is really low quality and has no effect at all, Sasha said pickily as they walked. Qianxuan touched her forehead. Oh no, the eldest lady is angry. She took out a sun hat and put it on Sasha. Talk less. If you talk too much, you will be thirsty. Her voice was neither hurried nor slow. Qianxuan was not cold, but it was a long time, and although he still felt uncomfortable, he was not as unbearable as before. When they entered the town, they dealt with the zombies that rushed up, while paying attention to the houses around them. After half an hour, they finally found a coffee shop that was still intact. Qianxuan just locked the door and turned around to see Sasha lying on the bar. At this time, Zhuang Yuan and Qianxuan also walked out. How is it? Are there zombies in there? Zhuang Yuan sat next to Sasha, one in the kitchen, one in the bathroom, and two in the bedroom upstairs. It's just that they may not have eaten people. They are all ordinary zombies and pose no threat to us at all. That's good. Qianxuan chose a chair and sat down. There are several bedrooms upstairs. Are they enough for us to stay for one night? 2. Fortunately it's not hot. It's barely enough if we squeeze in. Zhuang Yuan replied while playing with the coffee machine on the bar. Over there, Yuan Chang, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen and Yizhen were sitting around a table board. Seeing that everyone was sweating, Qianxuan took out a bunch of ice cream and cold drinks from the space and gave them to them. Okay, let's talk about how to find someone next. Zhuang Yuan leaned back in his chair and drank an iced beer. Yuan Shan grinned his teeth that were frozen. There is no beginning or end, and we don't know their route. Looking for someone in such a big place is like looking for a needle in a haystack. His tone was full of complaints. Have you forgotten what Wu Wu's ability is? Qianxuan reminded. Everyone was puzzled at first, and then thought about it. Qianxuan called Wu Wu to her side, handed her a pair of chopsticks, and said in a friendly manner, Wu Wu, first straighten the chopsticks with your hands, and then use the spirit of words to say to the chopsticks, point to where Kimoki is, and then take the hand holding the chopsticks away. Wu Wu nodded to show that she understood, and walked to a table with the chopsticks. Everyone also gathered around curiously. Wu Wu was a little uneasy, but fortunately Ling Ling beside her held her hand and cheered her up so that she didn't get stage fright. Pointing to where Kimoki is. The tender child's voice became solemn and solemn at this moment, strangely carrying an unquestionable flavor. Then, Wu Wu let go of the hand holding the chopsticks, and everyone held their breath and watched the chopsticks slowly fall. With a pop, the sound was like knocking on everyone's heart. Which direction? Sasha, who was lying on the bar without moving, sat up and asked. Everyone was silent. South. Zhuang Yuan's voice was very light, but full of solemnity. For a moment, everyone was frowning. Sasha was confused. You seem to have said that there are many ranches in the south. Her tone was full of hope, as if she wanted Zhuang Yuan to refute what she said. However, Zhuang Yuan nodded slowly in her gaze. Sasha felt that as Zhuang Yuan nodded, all the strength in her body was drained away. It is one thing to guess in advance, and it is another thing to be truly confirmed. At least the former still has room for maneuver, but the latter is a final conclusion. At this time, a farm in the southern part of Province X dug a basement with limited area more than 10 meters underground, and 3 men and 2 women were sitting in the basement. Zuelan huddled in a corner, covering her aching wrist with her hand. She looked really embarrassed at this time, wearing a grey sportswear that could not be seen in its original color. Because of the hunger in recent days, her hair had become dry, her face was slightly yellow, her lips were cracked and peeling, and her face was covered with dust and small scars, and her original beauty could not be seen. However, despite this, she still looked at the woman opposite who was applying medicine to Kimoki with hostility and hatred. Renyu did not fail to feel Zuelan's gaze, but in the past few days, she had gone from the initial chill to the disgusted look, and now turned a blind eye. These days, she felt that Zuelan was really speechless. They were not unfamiliar with Zuelan. Since they settled in S City for some reason 10 years ago, they went to find him, and always met her once or twice. At first, seeing her deep love for the boss, but the boss turned a blind eye to her, and occasionally looked at her with a very scary look, as if he wanted to kill her. They all felt a little sympathetic towards her. She and some female teammates secretly complained that the boss was too unromantic, and would secretly create some opportunities for Zuelan. At that time, Zuelan treated them very kindly, making everyone think that she was beautiful, had a good personality, and had a good education, and was a good match for the boss. However, slowly, they also discovered the undercurrent between Zuelan and the boss, and later they learned from Chukuang why the boss had always tolerated Zuelan. It is said that a girl named Zhao Zuan that the boss liked was missing, and the boss tried all kinds of means to find her whereabouts, but Zuelan, who was Zhao Zuan's former good friend, seemed to know, but she refused to say it, and always tried to pester the boss. For 10 years, the boss didn't know how to pry open Zuelan's mouth. Their boss was not a person who knew how to be sympathetic to women, and tried all kinds of torture and hypnosis. There was even one time when the leader was so angry that he stripped Zuelan naked and threw her into a prison with several rapists. Zuelan was tortured for a long time, but she would rather be insulted than say anything. Chukuang said that the leader had suspected that Zuelan didn't know at all, but he really didn't dare to gamble, for fear that he would never find Zhao Zuan in his life. From then on, Renyu began to keep a distance from Zuelan. Not only because she despised the other party for peeping at her good friend's lover, but more because she felt that Zuelan was too scary. She said that, even if she loved a man again, she would never be willing to endure such an insult. This time, Zualan secretly followed them into country Yi. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the doomsday, their team would definitely be dragged down and wiped out by her. On the way back to China, she threatened the leader with Zhao Zuan's whereabouts again and again to protect him, which made the leader frown all the way, and they followed trembling with fear. Half a month ago, she actually pushed one of their teammates with water abilities to be her shield. At this point, she and the remaining teammates began to hate this woman who they had only wanted to stay away from. Because they had lost the water-based mutant, they were trapped here again, and the situation was very critical. At the beginning, they could occasionally drink the blood of mutant animals, but now they dared not go out at all. They were all injured now, and they might not come back if they went out. A few days ago, Zualan cut her wrist and wanted to feed her blood to the injured head, but the head was dismissive and let Renu drink Zualan's blood on the principle of not wasting it, and Renu enjoyed it without hesitation. After that, Zualan began to look at her with that kind of hateful eyes, which made her speechless. Chapter 93 Poor Man. Just as Renu was immersed in the memories of Zualan's hostility towards her in recent days, Chu Kuang's words brought her back to reality. Sister Ren, how is Brother Qi's injury? Renu threw a fireball to burn the bandages she had exchanged, wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Too little medicine. He didn't recover very well. There is still some inflammation, and his head has a low fever." Qimoka's injury was not serious. Although the wound was a little deep, it did not hurt his muscles and bones, nor did it hurt his internal organs. It was just that in the current environment of lack of medical care and medicine, this alone was enough to make him suffer. What should we do? Chu Kuan was anxious when he heard that Qimoki had a low fever. Renu frowned. We have run out of medicine, so we can only let our head get through it with willpower. Hearing her words, Chu Kuang wanted to refute, but immediately thought of their current situation and slumped his shoulders in frustration. At this time, Qimoki, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay, I can make it." Although he felt dizzy and his whole body was about to crack like a fish out of water, his words were very calm, as if what he said was not a comforting word, but an established fact. This plain sentence strangely eliminated the uneasiness in the hearts of Chu Kuang, Renu and Renjiang. Of course, Zualan, who looked over with resentment after hearing Qimoki's voice, was ignored by them. Seeing Qimoki wake up, Renjiang smiled slightly with joy. "Boss, this is for you." As he said, he stuffed a handful of chocolate into him. Qimoki hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it. He knew that this was Renjiang's last reserve of food, but he really needed to replenish calories now, and he didn't need to be polite to his brothers. "When did you hide it?" Renu asked his brother in confusion. She knew that her brother had a sweet tooth, so when he went out to look for supplies, he would always hide some candies or chocolates that were easy to preserve, but she clearly remembered that his stock had been eaten half a month ago. Renjiang wrinkled his nose. "I secretly saved them bit by bit." As he said that, he glanced at Zualan in the corner intentionally or unintentionally. Renu immediately understood. To be honest, Zualan was very good to their leader. Except for not wanting to tell the whereabouts of Zhao Zuan, she was willing to do everything for the leader, although the leader did not appreciate it at all. However, Zualan was not polite to them at all. Renjiang had been robbed of a lot of candies and chocolates by her several times, but he was not good at talking, and he could not win the argument with the eloquent Zualan. He was also unwilling to take action against a woman, so he always suffered losses. After suffering many losses, Renjiang, who had always been simple-minded, also learned to hide things privately. After being glanced at, Zualan also knew what Renjiang was thinking, and glared at him fiercely. She hated Renjiang's private collection, otherwise, she would be the one who left those chocolates to Qimoki, and it would not be Renjiang's turn to take advantage of her. Fortunately, Renu and Renjiang did not know what Zualan was thinking at the moment, otherwise they would be angry to death. At this time, Qimoki closed his eyes again. Chu Kuang and others saw it and stopped talking, for fear of disturbing his rest. After a long while, just when they thought Qimoki had fallen asleep, Qimoki's hoarse and cold voice sounded in the basement. "Zualan, at this time, you still don't want to tell us the whereabouts of Qianxuan?" There was no emotion in his tone, but it brought a kind of pressing pressure to people. Chukuang and others were stunned, not understanding why Kimoki suddenly questioned Zuelan at this time. Zuelan, who was sitting with her knees hugged, froze. She tried to suppress her anger and fear, and made her tone gentle. Moki, what are you talking about? Even if I said it, it won't work at this moment. Despite this, the people in the basement could still hear the barely perceptible tremor in her hoarse voice. Kimoki felt uncomfortable when he heard Zuelan address him. At the beginning, the name on the temporary ID card he asked his teammates to apply for was actually Jian Mo. However, when he met Qianxuan, he said the name Moki out of selfishness. There is no difference between Moki and Moki, just like Qianxuan calling his name, not a pseudonym. At that time, such an address always made him feel that he and Qianxuan were very close, and it also made him feel that his love for Qianxuan was not impossible to be responded to. However, such an address appeared in Zuelan's mouth, which made him feel disgusted for no reason. However, he never opened his mouth to correct it, not because he agreed with her address, but because he didn't want to tell her his real name. Therefore, even when she misunderstood Chukuang's address to him as Brother Qi, he remained silent. Yes, it is the end of the world now, and the information before the end of the world is no longer counted. So, it seemed like a meaningless sigh, but suddenly the words changed. What's the point of me keeping you? There was undisguised cruelty in his tone. Zuelan was stunned by that sentence, and felt that all the strength in her body had been drained away, and her soul seemed to have left her body. She stared at the man she had loved for so many years without missing a single moment. He looked at her expressionlessly, and his eyes were as terrible and indifferent as the bottomless abyss. Yes, she was not unfamiliar with this expression. When he used all kinds of torture on her, when he stripped her naked and threw her into the pile of beasts, she had the same expression. And all this was for that woman Zhao Zuan. Every time, he treated her cruelly for that woman Zhao Zuan. Time and time again, he would never soften his heart because of her pleas for mercy. How long has it been since she saw him look at Zhao Zuan with such concentration, as if the whole world could only see the deep affection of that one person? The kind of look she had always dreamed of, she had never seen again since Zhao Zuan disappeared. Yes, this man had only loved Zhao Zuan, but she was still unwilling to accept it. It was obviously she who fell in love first. It was obviously she who loved this man more, and it was obvious that she was better than Zhao Zuan in every way. Over the past 10 years, this man's repeated torture of her had increased her hatred for Zhao Zuan. Over and over again, she wanted to eat Zhao Zuan's flesh and drink her blood. After each torture, she always looked forward to letting Zhao Zuan, the woman, taste the torture she had suffered. It was this expectation that prevented her from going crazy and having the courage to continue living. When she heard Kimoki say this, she felt that she might be crazy, but the fact was that she was not. She even heard herself say calmly, "Indeed, Zhao Zuan may have become a zombie, and I'm really useless to you." The voice was no longer as soft as before, but full of irony. This was the first time she expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhao Zuan in front of Kimoki, and it was also the first time she spoke to satirize Kimoki. In the past, she would have begged him with soft words not to drive her away, but she couldn't care less now. She felt that her heart was stabbed again and again without mercy, and the blood was dripping. She was so painful that she lost her mind and just wanted the man to feel the same pain as her. Only in this way can she forget the fact that the man she loved was willing to let her stay by his side just for Zhao Zuan. Seeing that Kimoki's expression did not change, but his face suddenly turned pale, she was not happy at all. You see, this man, whether he was happy or in pain, would only do it for Zhao Zuan, not Zuelan. The darker the color of Kimoki's eyes, the more oppressive the air around him became. He looked at Zuelan without emotion, and then closed his eyes silently. Speak up. Why don't you speak? You know clearly that it was that woman who abandoned you. She doesn't want you anymore, so she left without saying a word. Zuelan had no intention of giving up, and she shouted hysterically, "Calculate it, she is now 26 years old. Maybe she has already fallen in love with other men, or even married, and maybe even had a child. You have been waiting for her in S City for 10 years, but what have you waited for? I have always been with you. Why can't you see? Why don't you look at me?" At the end, Zualan was already hoarse and in tears. Kimoki seemed not to hear it and still closed his eyes as if he was already asleep. Until Zualan finished speaking, he said calmly, "Don't care about her life or death in the future." But the words were said to Chukuang and the other two who were watching silently. Looking at Zualan, who was sitting on the ground and crying with her face covered, Renyu sighed. This is actually a poor person, but there must be something hateful about poor people. Chapter 94 Kimoki's Fear. After saying that, Kimoki closed his eyes and rested, and Chukuang and the other two also took a nap against the wall. In the entire basement, only Zualan was sobbing intermittently. Kimoki, who was half leaning against the wall, was not as calm as he appeared to be. On the contrary, he was very confused and could not calm down for a moment. He felt like a drowning man, trying desperately to find a piece of driftwood to grab, but his sight was confused and he could not find the driftwood he wanted. For the first time in his life, he found himself afraid. He was afraid that he would die here and never have the chance to see the girl he had been thinking about. He was afraid that the delicate face in his memory would become a zombie's horrible, rotten and shriveled. He was afraid that the girl who had been in love with him in the past would turn to the arms of someone else. 10 years have passed, and he has been waiting there for 10 years. In the first year, he had expectations in his heart, and occasionally he was still thinking about how to settle accounts with her after she came back, so that she would never dare to leave without saying goodbye again. In the second year, he began to get anxious, fearing that she would encounter some kind of accident or danger. He no longer wanted to settle accounts. As long as she returned to his side as soon as possible, he would not care about anything. Then came the third year, the fourth year. Later, he was desperate to wait and tried every means to expand his intelligence network, not missing any information about her and running around to inquire. With the help of his teammates, he hacked into the government database and searched for the girl named Zhao Zuan in one city after another. After no results, he even began to look for those Zhao families. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Even he himself could not believe that he, who had always been indifferent, would have such a day for a girl. However, he could not let go. In his dreams at midnight, he always felt that he could hear the girl who laughed and angry at the beginning crying desperately and painfully in her ear, which made him heartbroken. Every time he woke up, he always felt a dull pain in his heart. The long-term hopelessness even made him feel that the girl who had been in love with him for more than half a year in his memory might have been his imagination from the beginning and had never existed. But he remembered the girl's silver bell-like laughter, her shyness and her charming anger, her willful and charming like a cat, her misty and shimmering style when she was emotional. Those memories were like engraved in his mind, so clear that he could not forget them. Kimoki clenched his hands hanging by his side into fists. He was unwilling to die here before he met Qianxuan. He opened his eyes and looked at Zualan in the corner and found that she had fallen asleep from crying. He reached out and tugged at the corner of Chukuang's clothes, who was guarding him. After he suddenly opened his eyes, he lowered his voice and asked, "How many bullets do we have left?" Seeing him like this, Chukuang also whispered back, "Only a dozen bullets left." Kimoki's eyes sank, and he continued to ask, "How are your and Renjiang's injuries recovering?" It was just a minor injury, and it healed a long time ago. Chukuang choked up as he said that. If it weren't for saving him and Renjiang, who were inconvenient to move due to leg injuries, Kimoki wouldn't have been trapped here, and now he is still injured. Kimoki saw his unspoken guilt and patted his shoulder in comfort. "What about your ability? You said half a month ago that you had reached a bottleneck. Haven't you broken through to the 5th level yet? I always feel that I'm just a little bit away, but I can't break through the bottleneck," Chukuang said in annoyance. Kimoki felt the heat on his body and took a few deep breaths. "What about Renjiang and Renyu? I have broken through to the 5th level." Renjiang, who had already opened his eyes and listened to their conversation quietly, answered in a low voice, "I'm the same as Chukuang. I'm still a little bit away." Renyu, who had also been listening to them for a while, was a little discouraged. Kimoki nodded. "I'm surprised that Renjiang has reached the 5th level. Your Earth-related ability is very important for our escape this time. Brother Ki, do you have a way?" Chukuang's eyes lit up and asked expectantly. Kimoki raised his hand and covered his mouth and said, I remember there is a river a few hundred meters east of the farm that leads to nowhere. Renjiang used his earth-related ability to dig a tunnel, and we tried to get into the river. The water will cover the smell on our bodies and can largely avoid the tracking of mutant animals. The key to this plan lies in our physical strength and a number of mutant fish and zombie fish in the river. Success or failure depends on whether we can survive the siege of mutant fish as much as possible before getting rid of the group of mutant animals outside the farm. As long as we escape the mutant animals that are currently besieging us, food and water will no longer be a problem. These days, they have learned a lesson about the mutant animals' grudges and persistence, and they will never stop fighting until they die. Those animal zombies have slowly dispersed, but the mutant animals are still gathering in groups at the entrance of the farm, with no intention of leaving. This plan is very risky, but it is also the only plan with a chance of success under the current circumstances. It would be great if Lin Mao was still alive. Ren Jiang said disappointedly. Lin Mao was a water-based supernatural being killed by Zuelan. If he was still alive, his supernatural power could at least increase the success rate of their plan by 50%. Hearing Ren Jiang's words, Renyu and Chukuan cast hateful eyes at Zuelan, who was curled up and sleeping in the corner. Brother Qi, are we still taking Zuelan with us this time? Although Kimoki had said before that he didn't care about the life or death of any woman, Chukuan was not sure whether that was his angry words. After all, they had seen how persistent Kimoki was in finding Zhao Zuan over the years. Ren Jiang and Renyu also looked at Kimoki cautiously, waiting for his answer. They all felt that it was too much of a burden to bring a useless woman, not to mention Zuelan, who had a history of using teammates as a shield. They didn't want to not only guard against those mutant animals, but also guard against the betrayal of their teammates around them. Of course, if Kimoki said that he wanted to bring Zuelan, they would not object to it out of their conviction in Kimoki, although they were reluctant. Their faces showed great reluctance, but Kimoki, who was running a low fever and trying his best to maintain consciousness, did not notice it. Hearing Chukuang's question, he frowned and asked, didn't you say that you don't need to care about her life or death? Although he was still anxious to find Zhuangxun, he lost patience with Zuelan, who kept saying that she knew Zhuangxun's whereabouts but never asked her anything substantial. He had already lost a comrade because of her, not to mention that she might not know Zhuangxun's whereabouts. Even if she really knew, he would not ignore the safety of his teammates and carry a time bomb around him. Hearing that there was no joking in Kimoki's words, and it didn't sound like angry words, Chukuang and the other two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Renyu bit her lip and said, boss, I'd better stay. Kimoki just replied with a question word. In fact, he was already a little confused because of the low fever at this time, but he was still trying his best to maintain a trace of clarity. The basement was dark. Renyu couldn't see his expression and thought he was unhappy, so she quickly explained, I'm a fire-type mutant, and I can only be a burden to you in the water. It's better for you to stay and watch Zuelan to prevent her from following you and causing trouble. Kimoki was really angry when he heard her words and said to her in a low voice, what are you talking about? When did I teach you to abandon your teammates? According to what you said, shouldn't I stay now that I'm injured and have a fever? His tone was full of reprimand. Renyu was at a loss for words. Boss, I didn't mean that. I just want more of us to survive and go back. If I follow, I will definitely be a burden to everyone. How can you be like me? At the end of the sentence, his consciousness was speechless. We are all burdens. What's the difference? Kimoki rubbed his aching head. Okay, don't say any more. I will never let you stay. His tone was extremely impatient. But Renyu was not unhappy because of this. No one didn't want to live, and Renyu was no exception. People are like that. Even if they are willing to make sacrifices for others, they don't want the other party to remain indifferent. Of course, Kimoki knew the consequences of adding a burden like Renyu to the plan, but he rejected her proposal without hesitation. It must be said that Kimoki's refusal without leaving any room for negotiation made Renyu, who was already loyal, even more convinced of him. However, He was irritable due to a low-grade fever and didn't have the extra energy to notice. Brother Qi, we don't have any food left. Let's implement the plan as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be even more exhausted after a long time. Chu Kuang suggested. I know, but before he finished speaking, Kimoki couldn't hold on and fainted. Chapter 95. Sudden change in weather. That morning, Qianxuan and her group were awakened by the cold. What's going on? Qianxuan said while shivering. She took out 5 blankets, put one on herself, and gave the rest to Shasha, Lu Zhi, Lingling and Wei Wei who slept in the same room with her. Shasha walked to the window and closed it. No more cold wind came in, and everyone felt better. Why did it get so cold all of a sudden? Wei Wei curled up in the quilt and complained. Qianxuan frowned. The temperature is much lower than yesterday. It should be only a dozen degrees. It dropped from more than 40 degrees to more than 10 degrees overnight. This situation is too weird. It's past 6 o'clock. Shasha raised her hand to check the time on her watch. Let's wash up first, Qianxuan said, picking up the toiletries and walking to the balcony. There was no way. They were now in an abandoned office building in the suburbs, and there was no bathroom at all. A quarter of an hour later, several people changed out of their pajamas and put on warm woolen sweaters inside their uniforms. They also put on the hooded capes that they had kept away before. When they walked out of the room, the door of the room next to them happened to open. Seeing several men dressed the same as them, everyone smiled at each other. Sitting on the first floor that had been hastily cleaned yesterday, Qianxuan saw that everyone was a little listless, so she took out the fine coffee beans she had bought from the coffee shop and brewed 2 pots of espresso to refresh everyone, except Lingling and Wei Wei. It's been a long time since I last saw breakfast. Sasha squinted her eyes and put the bacon into her mouth with a fork, saying with enjoyment. Wei Wei, who was standing aside, heard her words, looked at the rich breakfast in front of Sasha with greed, and ate the bread slices with strawberry jam with a pouty mouth. Qianxuan glared at Sasha and said to Wei Wei, be good, Wei Wei, you are still young. Eating too much greasy food in the morning is not good for your stomach. Fruit salad and fried eggs are also delicious. Wei Wei nodded listlessly and stirred the fruit salad in front of her with a fork from time to time. Looking at the frustrated child, Qianxuan smiled and said, if Wei Wei finishes her breakfast, I will let Sister Sasha make you french fries in the afternoon. Really? Wei Wei's eyes lit up. Qianxuan smiled and nodded. Then I will eat a lot, and I will eat it with ketchup. Wei Wei gestured excitedly with her hands. Qianxuan smiled. Okay. Sasha on the side cast a resentful look at Qianxuan. You want to be a good person, how can you let me do hard labor? Qianxuan said that she didn't see anything. Here, Wei Wei regained her spirits and bit the fried eggs hard, but the men on the side had already finished their breakfast in a few bites. The temperature change today is not good. Zhuang Yuan leaned on the single sofa behind him with a solemn expression. Indeed. Qianxuan pinched her long bangs. According to my guess, the weather will only get colder. By then, winter supplies will be in short supply, and a large number of people will be frozen to death. Conservative estimates show that the number of survivors will be reduced by 1/10. Qianxuan, who was drinking coffee, paused and then drank half a cup of slightly hot coffee in one breath. Are people going to die again? Since the end of the world, more and more people have died, and no one knows when it will end. Sometimes she even wonders if humans are heading towards a dead end. Will humans, who were once the head of all spirits on earth, fall from the top of the food chain one day and linger on? No, Qianxuan shook her head in her heart. In fact, humans are no longer at the top of the food chain today. Zombies and mutant animals are threatening human survival. Will the base be in trouble? Do we have enough winter supplies? Lu Chen asked worriedly. Zhuang Yuan was stunned and then cast his inquiring eyes at Qianxuan. He had just returned and was not very clear about these situations. Qianxuan frowned and quickly calculated the situation of their looting of supplies at the beginning of the apocalypse. We should be able to cope now, but when the weather gets colder, it will be in trouble. It was early summer, and most of the supermarkets and shopping malls were selling summer and spring clothes. There were few autumn clothes, let alone winter clothes. I just hope that the weather will get colder slowly, at least until they go back. Ye's inside. In this case, we have to collect as much cotton and coal as possible this time. In this case, let's take a flying machine, which will be faster. Qianxuan hesitated and suggested. Zhuang Yuan was a little embarrassed. In that case, it's still too risky. After all, there are many kinds of superpowers. There may be superpowers who can avoid your mental scan and discover invisible flying machines. Yes, can't the tail of the previous crawler interfere with your mental power? Yi Zhen agreed. He was talking about the conclusion that Zhu Chun and Li Zia had studied some time ago. But we can't drive a car, and walking is too slow. I have a suggestion. Liangshu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke slowly. Everyone looked at him. Liangshu smiled and asked calmly, I want to ask, since the aircraft can be invisible, can it be camouflaged? You mean? Zhuang Yuan's eyes lit up. Liangshu nodded and smiled. We can camouflage the aircraft into the shape of a car, and then fly a few millimeters close to the ground. This method is feasible, Lu Chen said with a little excitement. When the time comes, as long as the speed is controlled to the same as that of a car, even if someone sees it, they will only think that we have mastered the technology to eliminate the sound of car engines, and will not suspect that the aircraft that only appears in movies will appear. Zhuangxun, can the aircraft be camouflaged? Zhuang Yuan was more rational after all, and still remembered the previous question. Qianxuan tilted her head and thought for a while, and then showed a happy smile. Yes, it's not her fault for negligence. In fact, for aliens, the function of camouflage is actually useless. Except for special circumstances, few people would want to be low-key. Love of face is a common problem of human beings. It's like mimicking a Land Rover worth hundreds of thousands of yuan into a Porsche worth millions of yuan. It only has the appearance, but the inequalities remain unchanged. Even if you start to deceive people around you and feel proud, you will be discovered sooner or later, and it will only be more embarrassing when you are discovered. Over time, this function has been ignored, and even manufacturers will only write this function in a very corner of the manual. Great, so we can go back earlier. Sasha smiled happily. Subconsciously, she was rejecting Kimoki, who might become Qianxuan's fiancé. Although Qianxuan didn't show it on her face, Sasha could see that Qianxuan was not without feelings for Moki, but the other party's confused departure without saying goodbye and the hatred for the enemy who killed her son had messed up Qianxuan's mind, making her afraid of the past, wanting to escape, and hesitating about feelings. No matter what kind of person Moki was, at least he was the only one who made Qianxuan taste the taste of love. Although Kimoki was innocent, Sasha decided to hate him without hesitation. So, what she said was to go back earlier, not to save Kimoki earlier. Zhuang Yuan, who knew Sasha well, looked at her inexplicably after hearing her words, but he didn't think much about it, just thinking that she was angry because Kimoki had to go out. The problem was solved, and everyone relaxed. They looked at Liangshu, who had come up with a solution, with a little more recognition than before. Liangshu was originally very calm and composed, but when Qianxuan smiled at him lightly and nodded in greeting, his heartbeat stopped for a moment, and the ears hidden behind his hair turned red. Coincidentally, this scene happened to be seen by Zhuang Yuan, who was sitting next to him. Following his line of sight, he saw Qianxuan sitting with Sasha, laughing and whispering. Then his eyes suddenly became clear, and he looked back and forth between Qianxuan and Liangshu thoughtfully. Qianxuan didn't care for the first two times, thinking that the other party had glanced at him unintentionally. When he looked at her for the third time, Qianxuan looked up and asked, "Brother Zhuang, why do you always look at me? Is there something wrong with me?" Qianxuan spoke very directly to Zhuang Yuan, who had known her since childhood. Sasha beside him also raised her head and looked at her fiancé in confusion. Zhuang Yuan touched his nose awkwardly. "It's okay, I just feel that Zhuangxuan has become so beautiful in the blink of an eye. I don't know which stinky boy will get her," he said in a teasing tone, and glanced at Liangshu beside him intentionally or unintentionally. Liangshu was frightened by his meaningful gaze, but he pretended to be calm and showed a little confusion about his gaze. When Qianxuan heard this, she subconsciously thought of Kimoki, who she had only heard of but not heard of. The smile on her face slowly faded, and she lowered her eyes and leaned quietly on Sasha's shoulder. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Dream. Qianxuan's reaction made Zhuang Yuan a little confused. When he saw Sasha glaring at him for no reason, he was even more confused. He didn't understand why his well-intentioned teasing would lead to complaints. Liangshu, who was standing by, saw Qianxuan and Sasha's reactions and his eyes flashed, as if he saw something. Seeing the inexplicably dull atmosphere, Lu Zhi, the only one who knew about it besides Qianxuan and Sasha, broke the silence. Well, it's getting late, and the weather outside is not as pleasant as it was the past 2 days. Let's set off quickly. On the road again, because this time they only had to go south and there was no specific route. Yuan Chang was eager to try flying a flying machine again, so Zhuang Yuan agreed to his wish. At this time, Yuan Chang was sitting in the driver's seat in front of the screen with a curious look on his face with the thinking operating device. Everyone ignored him and let him do whatever he wanted. Let's play poker. But Sasha took out a few decks of playing cards and suggested. When everyone heard it, they became interested and agreed. Even Qianxuan, who was in a low mood, did not spoil the fun and followed suit to cast a vote. Qianxuan stated in advance, "Let me make it clear first, I only know how to draw joker cards and play a landlord. I don't know you yet." Sasha raised her chin and began to unpack the unopened playing cards. In addition to Yuan Chang, who was driving the aircraft, the 12 of them just formed 4 tables. Lin Hui, Lin En, Ling Ling, and Wei Wei were at one table. Qian Zhao, Lu Zhi, Lu Chen, and Yi Xin were at another table, and Qianxuan, Sasha, Zhuang Yuan, and Liangshu were at another table. When Yuan Chang came back to his senses from the excitement of driving the aircraft for the first time, he found that everyone had left him alone and was playing cards enthusiastically. Among the 3 tables, the one where Ling Ling and Wei Wei were was the most lively. From time to time, Wei Wei's shameless voice came from wanting to take back the cards she had played. Lin Hui and Lin En had good tempers and never bothered with her. However, Ling Ling, as her sister, couldn't stand her bullying the honest people and couldn't help but scold her. The situation at Qianxuan's table was a two-sided situation. Qianxuan was killing all around, and he didn't know how to restrain himself. He suppressed Yuxin, Luzi and Luken. As for Qianxuan's table, it was the most friendly. It was fine at the beginning. After a few rounds of cards, Zhuang Yuan and Sasha looked very strange. Qianxuan won the cards one after another, and her originally depressed mood was a little lighter. Liangshu saw it, and a trace of imperceptible pampering and indulgence flashed in his eyes. Sasha secretly reached under the table and pinched Zhuang Yuan, asking him with her eyes, "What's going on?" This Liangshu is too obvious to let others play, thinking that others are fools. Zhuang Yuan spread his hands and said that he didn't know. And the person who didn't know that he was criticized as a fool played the last small card under Liangshu's letting him play and was secretly happy. You know, from childhood to adulthood, she has always lost more than she won when playing cards. Finally, her luck has turned. How can she not be happy? In the end, Qianxuan was the only one who was winning at the table. Qianxuan smiled continuously for her good luck today. Liangshu was watching her smiling face and laughing foolishly, while Sasha and Zhuang Yuan played a few cards perfunctorily, and their attention was focused on Liangshu and Qianxuan. At this moment, Zhuang Yuan and Sasha both felt the same disappointment towards their friend. Zhuang Yuan thought, "What are you laughing at? You are so enthusiastic. Don't you see that Qianxuan is completely unaware of your feelings?" Sasha thought, "Would Qianxuan, can you be a little more slow? She has shown it so obviously, and you are still so ignorant." However, despite this, the ideas of the engaged couple on this matter are indeed poles apart. Zhuang Yuan is happy to see it happen. After all, in his opinion, on one side is his friend, whose strength is not top level, but has superb medical skills, and on the other side is his fiancée and sister's best friend, who is beautiful, gentle, and considerate. Talented man and beautiful woman. There is no better couple than them. Shasha didn't want Liangshu to get too involved. After all, Kimoki and Emoki were enough to make people entangled. If Liangshu came, wouldn't that be more trouble? Just when Zhuangyuan and Shasha had different thoughts, Zhuangyuan was thinking about how to match the two, and Qianxuan was thinking about how to dispel Liangshu's idea. Yuan Chang stopped the aircraft and woke up the people who were immersed in the card game. Okay, it's almost 12 o'clock. I'm starving. Everyone was stunned and came back to look at the time. Isn't it true? Everyone got off the car and found that there were no buildings around them, only a piece of weeds, and not even a piece of green leaves could be seen. Why is this place so dead? Qianzhou frowned and said with disdain. Zhuangyuan looked around and found that there was no one around. Chang, are you sure you didn't go in the wrong direction? Hearing Zhuangyuan's doubts, Yuan Chang was unhappy. I'm not so confused about the direction. His tone was a little aggressive. Thinking that everyone was happily playing cards before, and he was the only one working hard to fly the aircraft. Now he actually suspected that he was driving in the wrong direction, which was too bullying. At this moment, he had forgotten that he was the one vying to fly the aircraft. Zhuangyuan was stunned by his tone. He didn't really disbelieve Yuan Chang, but the environment in front of him was really weird. He asked that question subconsciously and didn't question his meaning. Qianxuan saw it and was about to step forward to comfort him, but she felt dizzy and blacked out and fainted. When she woke up again, Qianxuan found that she didn't know where she was standing. It was dark around her and she couldn't see or hear anything. Shasha? She called out tentatively. Shasha? 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 She only called out once, but there were many echoes around her. In this cold and dark place, it made people shudder for no reason. Where is this place? She only remembered that she seemed to have fainted before. Could it be that Shasha and the others brought her here? But where are they? Thinking that Shasha and the others might have left for something, she fumbled to sit on the ground and waited for them to come back. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious, but it was dark here, so it should be night. Just now, she called Shasha, but there were so many echoes. This should be a place like a cave. Time seemed to pass especially slowly. She sat for a long time, but Shasha and the others still didn't come back. After a long time, she couldn't bear it anymore and decided to go out to find them. She stretched out her hand and found a slight breeze blowing across the back of her hand. Thinking that the wind should be blowing from outside, she raised her foot and walked outside. After walking for a long time, the surrounding scenery did not change. It was still dark and silent. Just when she was a little uneasy, she seemed to hear whispering. Qianxuan was happy, thinking that Shasha and the others had returned, so she walked towards the direction of the sound. After getting closer, she realized that she seemed to have heard it wrong. There were several women talking in front of her, but the voices were not from Shasha and the others. When she was hesitating whether to go forward to inquire about Sasha and the other situation or turn around and leave, a woman's deliberately low voice came. Hey, Xiaomi, did this patient really have a miscarriage due to being beaten? Qianxuan was suddenly struck by lightning. She remembered this voice. When she was transferred from the operating room to the advanced ward, the effect of the anesthetic faded, and she heard this voice in a half-awake state. She wanted to turn around and leave, but her body froze in place, as if it had its own will, and she refused to listen to the command. Over there, the conversations of the female nurses came one after another. Shh, you're going to die. If the head nurse hears us gossiping about the patient, we will definitely be criticized. Didn't I see the head nurse go to the pharmacy? Tell us about it while she's away. Yes, that's right. I don't know much. I just know that she was beaten up by a group of hooligans. The baby in her belly was less than 4 weeks old, and the girl didn't even know it. How pitiful. What's so pitiful? I heard that the girl was only 16 years old. How could she want to be a mother? If the baby is lost, maybe this saves her from having to get an abortion. No way. 16 and having a baby? That girl is very beautiful. She must be in a premature love relationship. Kids nowadays. Okay, say less. That girl is a relative of the witch doctor from the capital. We can't afford to offend her. As the distant, yet familiar conversations came over, Qianxuan felt as if her throat was blocked and she couldn't make any sound. Tears rolled down her eyes uncontrollably. The fear and grief in her heart almost drowned her like a tide. She tried to lift her feet, and her body seemed to be under her control again. She turned around and ran without hesitation, without knowing the direction, just wanting to escape from the words that were like cutting her heart. She didn't know how long she ran, and the words of the conversation were still lingering in her ears. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of her. Her eyes lit up, and she ran forward with all her strength. However, just when she stretched out her hand to touch the light, she was tripped by something, and her body rushed to the ground uncontrollably. She closed her eyes in fear, but felt a pair of strong hands holding her waist, and her whole body fell into an embrace full of masculine scent. She opened her eyes stupidly, and when she saw the owner of the arms clearly, her eyes widened, and the tears that had stopped suddenly fell. Aki, child. The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 97, Attack of Mutated Plants. In the dim basement, Qianxuan reached out and touched Kimoka's forehead. When he felt that his body temperature was normal, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell, and his tense face relaxed. In the past 2 days, Qianxuan, Renyu and Renjiang have been taking turns to watch over Kimoki and measuring his body temperature from time to time, fearing that it would rise again if they were not careful. At this time, Kimoka's body temperature finally returned to normal. Looking at Renjiang and Renyu who were sleeping soundly, Qianxuan's previously suppressed sleepiness also surfaced. After yawning several times in a row, Qianxuan was really a little bit unable to support himself, so he planned to lean against the wall for a while. Before closing his eyes, he first glanced at Zualan who was huddled in the corner, and then subconsciously glanced at Kimoki who was still unconscious, but was startled by his sudden opening of his eyes. He was caught off guard and leaned back, almost falling to the ground. Scared Ki brother, why did you open your eyes suddenly? I was almost scared to death by you. He gasped heavily in fear. Kimoki ignored him and stared at his hand in a daze. Was it a dream? He moved his fingers and felt the touch of the dream on his palm, which was warm and pleasing, and so real that it made his heart tremble. He clearly remembered the emptiness and despair when Qianxuan opened her eyes in his arms, and the grief and helplessness after seeing him, which pulled out his heartache, and the words she said to him crying, as if she had grabbed the last straw. Was all this a dream? Did he dream about it at night, because he thought about it during the day? No. Kimoki sat up straight suddenly, ignoring Qianxuan who was startled by his sudden movement again, and began to recall the details of the dream. In the dream, Qianxuan's hair and eyes were silver, not as black as ink in his memory, and the clothes Qianxuan wore were also very strange. The white fabric was embroidered with mysterious patterns in gold thread on the collar and cuffs, which seemed to be the uniform of some organization. And the last sentence, that was not finished. Aki, child. Everything in the dream was unusual. If it was true that he dreamed about what he thought about during the day, then Qianxuan should be consistent with his memory, with black hair and black eyes, wearing a pretty dress or fresh casual clothes, and happily promising him that she would never leave him again like a little magpie, or saying the 3 words he had always hoped for. Could he think that the Qianxuan in his dream was the current Qianxuan, not the Qianxuan 10 years ago? But what did the last sentence mean? Child. What child? It's not that he hadn't thought about it being Qianxuan and his child, but he quickly rejected it. He remembered very clearly that after the only time they made love that year, he went to the convenience store to buy contraceptive pills, and he poured water to coax Qianxuan to take them. However, thinking that she might be talking about the child she had with another man, he felt a sharp pain in his heart and couldn't breathe. He took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down his mind with difficulty. It's okay, he secretly comforted himself. Even if Qianxuan had a child with another man, you can still snatch her away. It has to be said that Kimoki is very arbitrary in some aspects. Just like he thought that no one in the world would love Qianxuan more than him, and only he could bring happiness to Qianxuan. Although he felt it was absurd, Kimoki suppressed his uneasiness and began to think that what he had today was not a meaningless dream. When he came back to his senses, he found that Qianxuan, Renjiang and Renyu were surrounding him and looking at him worriedly. He had an idea and tore off a button from his shirt, motioned Renyu to light it, and then drew the clothes Qianxuan was wearing in the dream on the mud. A few minutes later, he threw away the button in his hand, pointed to the ground and asked, "Have any of you seen such a uniform?" His painting skills were average, and the tools were simple, so the paintings he drew were not realistic, but they were still concise and clear. Qianxuan and the other two looked at the fireball in Renyu's hand carefully for a while, and then flipped through the memories in their minds, and all shook their heads. Although he didn't have much hope, Kimoki couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when there was no clue at all. Qianxuan asked curiously, "Brother Qi, where did you see this uniform?" "They have been with Brother Qi all the time." "Why didn't Brother Qi ask them earlier or later? Why did he suddenly ask them now?" Kimoki leaned his back against the wall again, half tilted his head back, and closed his eyes. "I dreamed of Xuanxun. She was wearing a uniform like this." There was inevitably nostalgia and longing in his tone. Qianxuan and the other two were shocked. For Zhaozuan, their always wise and brave captain, was so unreliable that he even believed in dreams. However, looking at the loneliness around Kimoki, they still felt a little bit reluctant. As a result, they also had some resentment towards Zhaozuan, who had been missing. "Since you want to leave the captain, why don't you make it clear? Even if there is something you have to do, it has been 10 years, why don't you even have an explanation?" "Boss, the uniform you saw, maybe after the apocalypse. It's normal for us not to know." Renyu opened her mouth to comfort. She originally said it casually, but Kimoki listened to it and felt that her words made sense. After all, he firmly believed that what he saw in his dream was the current Xuanxuan, so she might be wearing the uniform of an organization that rose after the apocalypse. Thinking of this, his mind relaxed. His fever had just subsided, and his body was a little weak, so he fell asleep naturally. On the other side, Qianxuan felt cold all over her body. She woke up with a start and looked at the scene in front of her blankly. They were still in the place where they stayed at noon, but the surroundings were no longer desolate. It was all withered and yellow. One by one, dark green vines as thick as an adult's arm twisted out from the ground and quickly and ferociously pulled them towards them. "Sister Xuan, are you okay?" Lu Zhi looked at Qianxuan with tears on her face and asked worriedly. Qianxuan realized that her body was covered with ice chips and asked in a daze, "What's going on?" At this time, she had already realized that everything before was not real, but just an illusion. It seemed that Lu Zhi woke her up, thinking that she had divine spiritual power, but was still trapped by a small illusion, and needed Lu Zhi to wake her up. She couldn't help but feel annoyed and ashamed, thinking that she was simply embarrassing the divine masters of Sadia. However, the current situation didn't seem to give her time to feel annoyed and ashamed. Lu Zhi casually threw out an icicle to cut off the vines that were sweeping towards her, and while the vines had not recovered yet, she replied, "We encountered a mutant plant that can cast an illusion. If Wei Wei and Liangshu hadn't woken up in time, we would have been defeated this time." Qianxuan was surprised. She didn't expect that Wei Wei and Liangshu would be the first to wake up. However, it was really inconvenient to ask more questions now, so she quickly took out Kangxi and transformed it into a two-handed dagger to deal with the vines around her. After a few times, she found that the regeneration and recovery speed of these vines was too fast. When she dealt with 3 vines, one must have recovered to its original state. If this goes on, there will be no end. Not far away, Lin Hui and Lin En cooperated with each other, smashing the vines one by one with one punch. Ling Ling and Weni Weni were also in good condition. They formed a defensive circle around their bodies with their backs against each other. The others fought alone, and were able to cope with it with ease. Only Liangshu and Lu Chen were a little tired, and were hit by the vines several times, and were already injured. People nearby wanted to go up to help, but they were entangled by the dense vines, and could not get out. They could only worry on the side. Qianxuan frowned, blocking the vines that rushed over, closing her eyes, and distracting herself to extend her mental power, to explore the situation of the mutant plants. When she opened her eyes again, she was shocked by the situation she had detected, and broke into a cold sweat. There was no other reason. The vines that covered the sky and the sun in front of them actually belonged to only one mutant plant, and outside their sight, these vines occupied a range of several kilometers. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of her, which was like a group of demons dancing wildly, thinking that these vines came out from the ground, and watching her companion's physical strength being consumed bit by bit, Qianxuan gritted her teeth and drew out most of her mental power to explore underground. This kind of scanning that penetrates objects consumes too much mental power. Even though Qianxuan's mental power is huge, sweat slowly began to appear on her face. Just when she was about to give up, Qianxuan finally found what she was looking for. Nearly 1,000 meters underground, there was a huge spherical object wrapped in vines that beat like a heart. Qianxuan's eyes lit up. That was it, the crystal core of the mutant plant. Chapter 98 Shock. Qianxuan looked up at her companions and saw that Lu Chen and Liangshu had been entangled by the vines and were about to be dragged into the crack. She took 2 quick breaths, and with a thought, Qianxi transformed into a gorgeous magic wand more than 2 meters high. Without time to recover the huge mental power she had consumed, Qianxuan used her limited mental power to cover a large area of vines. Ignoring the dull pain in her head, she focused her eyes and released a poisonous mist. The black smoke flexibly shuttled between the vines, and all the vines disappeared wherever it passed. The vines that entangled Lu Chen and Liangshu disappeared in a moment, and the others also temporarily got rid of the entanglement of the vines. Taking advantage of this gap, Qianxuan shouted to everyone, "Follow me." After that, she quickly pulled Lu Zhi, who was near her, and ran towards the location of the mutant plant crystal core that had been discovered before. When everyone heard it, they did not hesitate and raised their feet to follow. Liangshu, who was walking at the end, looked at the back of the person in front, who was different from usual, slender and petite, but firm enough to make people feel at ease. A hint of complexity flashed in his eyes, and then he lowered his head, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. However, his right hand, which was originally hanging naturally, was clenched tightly, and there was a trace of blood flowing from his fingers. Although they were fast, the vines regenerated and recovered quickly. Before they reached their destination, vines blocked their steps again. Qianxuan's mental power was exhausted, and he couldn't even cast a primary magic, so he ordered without looking back, "Ling Ling, Zio Zhi, the 4th level magic wind, frost, and snow. Qianxuan will help me clear the way behind." Hearing this, Ling Ling and Lu Zhi each cast a wind, frost, and snow on the vines blocking the way in front according to Qianxuan's instructions. The ice blue wind swept in, and after the wind, a large area of vines was covered with frost and snow. For a moment, the vines that were chasing and whipping them were still, as if they were cast with time magic. Qianxuan was not vague. Seeing the situation in front of him, he waved his hand, and a large explosion sounded. A moment later, a small path several people wide appeared in front of him. Qianxuan took the lead, and led everyone to run towards the target. As Qianxuan cleared more paths, more vines regenerated behind him, stretching out in pursuit to drag them back. Everyone had no time to look back, and their speed was getting faster and faster. 5 minutes later, everyone finally came to the ground above the huge sphere of vines that Qianxuan had explored before. Qianxuan didn't care about the sweat rolling down from his forehead and dripping into his eyes, and shouted, "Zio Chang, open a path down, everyone cover him." At this time, the surrounding vines rushed towards them again. Everyone looked at each other, tacitly gathered together to protect Yuan Chang in the middle, and then began to deal with those annoying vines. This time, everyone cooperated with each other, which was much easier than fighting alone before. "Zuan, is the crystal core of the mutant plant underground?" Zuan Yuan asked distractedly while fighting. Qianxuan nodded. "Yes, I have used my mental power to explore it, but the thing below seems to be difficult to deal with. You should be mentally prepared." Everyone nodded solemnly to show their understanding. "I don't know what's going on. Aren't mutant plants usually very gentle?" Sasha complained. Qianxuan frowned. Indeed, today's situation was too unreasonable, and this mutant plant evolved too quickly. It was at least the 3rd level, and it might have been the 5th level. Although mutant plants can also advance, due to their own special characteristics, So far, even the second level is rare, let alone the third level. Qianxuan thought of the size of the spherical body that he had seen with his mental power before and explained to Sasha, when you get down there, your first task is to use your supernatural power to see the specific location of the crystal core of this mutant plant. Sasha, who didn't know the situation, originally wanted to ask if the crystal core was not in the root, but thinking that Qianxuan would not speak without purpose and always had her intention, she just nodded to show that she knew. 5 minutes later, Qianxuan panted and called out to everyone, "Come in." Everyone turned around and saw that a tunnel had indeed been dug out by Qianxuan using his supernatural power. After they collectively entered the tunnel and got rid of the vine's attack range, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you think those vines will come out of the tunnel?" Just then, Sasha asked curiously. As soon as she finished speaking, several vines broke out of the ground next to her. Wee, who was caught off guard, was pierced through the shoulder by a vine, and the vine came out with blood. Wee was stunned at first, then her mouth flattened, and she cried loudly. Without time to complain about Sasha's bad mouth, Qianxuan quickly cut off the vine that passed through Wee's shoulder to prevent it from wriggling and aggravating Wee's pain. Lingling hurriedly ran to Wee, wanting to touch her, but not daring to, and asked in a panic, "Wee, does it hurt? Let me blow on you." "No. I should find some medicine." Her words were incoherent, and she was crying. "Wow, it hurts, sister. Woo. Am I going to die?" It would have been fine if Lingling didn't speak, but as soon as she spoke, Wee cried even harder, and her words were full of panic and fear. Lingling was stunned. "No, why did you think you were going to die?" Her tone was quite funny. Wee stopped crying and hiccuped when she heard the sound. "But there's a lot of blood. The people on TV are going to die like this." Lingling. At this time, everyone had dealt with the vines that suddenly jumped out in a few moves, but they didn't dare to let their guard down anymore. Yixin threw out a circle of hissing electric nets, surrounding everyone in all directions. Liangshu took a few steps forward and knelt beside Wee. While coaxing Wee, he quickly pulled out the vine stuck in her flesh while she was distracted. Wow, the intense pain made Wee's tears flow out like a faucet. Lingling was anxious watching from the side and wanted to go forward, but was stopped by Zhuangyuan. "Not good." Liangshu frowned. "The aorta was injured, and the wound area is too large. The bleeding is a bit difficult to stop." He hurriedly began to use acupressure to stop the bleeding for Wee. But this method cannot be used for a long time. In desperation, just when he was about to use the more painful method of hemastasis, Qianxuan frowned and said, "Zhi, use ice magic to freeze Wei first. That will reduce the pain." It's not that she didn't want to use hemostatic potion on Wei, but Wei was too young. All alchemical potions have more or less toxins. It's okay for adults, but children should be used with caution, otherwise they will develop drug resistance at best and affect their physical qualifications at worst. She really didn't dare to take the risk. Unfortunately, her mental strength was exhausted, her head was still aching, and she couldn't even cast a light healing spell, and the others were not light magicians. When Lu Zhi froze Wei's wound partially, Liangshu stopped Wei's bleeding, and when Lu Zhi extracted the ice element around the wound to prevent Wei's wound from festering, Sasha, who had suffered a lot, fell asleep with sobs, and Lu Zhi carried her forward. With the power grid removed, everyone was on the road again. This time, everyone was very cautious and kept an eye on the surroundings. Sure enough, they encountered several vine attacks on the road, but this time everyone was prepared and no one was injured. Along the way, Qianxuan frowned more and more and touched his chin thoughtfully and said, "This mutant plant seems to have wisdom, and the signs are very obvious, because these vines seem to be perfunctory in the next few times except the first time." Zhuangyuan narrowed his narrow eyes. "In this case, we must be more careful. Maybe this mutant plant has dug a pit for us below, just waiting for us to jump in." When everyone heard this, they perked up and didn't dare to relax at all. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Qianxuan, who was leading the way in front, looked back at Qianxuan. Seeing her nod, he supported himself on the ground with both hands. With the yellow light from his hands, the more than 1 meter thick earth wall blocking everyone collapsed and disappeared. After the dust flew, when everyone saw the scene in front of them clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. What they saw was a circular underground space with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. In the center was a spherical body made of vines, which was mostly exposed. It was beating like a heart, and the ground was shaking slightly with its beating. It was as big as a small villa, and they had to look up to see it. However, what shocked them was not the huge sphere, but the skeletons of various people and animals scattered densely on the open space around the sphere. Chapter 99. Trap in the Illusion. When everyone had just recovered from the visual shock brought by the countless bones on the ground, they saw the spherical body in the center shaking, and a hole appeared on the spherical surface facing them. The skeleton of an animal was thrown out from it, rolling and making a clang sound, and the animal-shaped head rolled a long way before stopping. Everyone held their breath, looked at each other silently, nodded, and walked carefully inside. Its crystal core is in the center of the ball. At this time, Shasha whispered to everyone about the investigation. Everyone nodded to show that they knew. 2 minutes later, they were already standing 10 meters away from the spherical body. When Qianxuan was about to shoot an arrow to test it, she felt dizzy and almost lost her balance. Thinking of the previous illusion, she was startled and used the only mental power she had recovered to release a small water ball to splash on her face. With a splash, Qianxuan felt a chill on her face, shivered, and her mind was completely clear. She immediately turned around to look at her companions, but found that everyone, except Wu Wei who was sleeping, stood still, with empty eyes. She was surprised. What happened? She woke up so easily. It didn't make sense for everyone else to fall into the illusion of the two people. If it was related to mental power, but her mental power was basically zero now, it didn't make sense. At this moment, a flash of icy air flashed around Lu Zhi who was holding Wu Wei. After shaking her body, her originally empty eyes became clear. Wu Wei in her arms, shivered from the cold, muttered, rubbed her eyes, and yawned when she woke up. Then, Liangshu also woke up, and then Lingling, Yuan Chang, Shasha and Yixin. At this time, they also noticed the current situation, and looked at each other. Yixin was about to release a tiny lightning to wake up his companion, but he paused and looked shocked. What's wrong? Qianxuan asked worriedly. Yixin's eyes widened, and hesitantly said, my mental power has been exhausted, and my supernatural power cannot be used. Shasha and others were shocked, and began to check their mental power. After a while, their faces were pale and panicked. Qianxuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She turned her head sharply, to look at the spherical body, that had been jumping, since they arrived here, as if it was unaware of their arrival. She remembered that she was the last one to wake up from the illusion, and she had exhausted her mental power. Because she was worried about Liangshu and Lu Chen before, she didn't pay much attention to it. Now she thought about it. It seems that, after waking up from the illusion, her mental power has been exhausted. And this time, she was the first to get rid of the illusion, and her mental power was almost exhausted. Lu Zhi, Lingling, Yuan Chang, Shasha and Yixin were also the ones who consumed the most mental power on the way to this underground space. Is the function of the illusion to consume our mental power? Shasha's words were full of surprise. Although no one answered, the silence of the crowd was a kind of tacit consent. At this time, Qianxuan, Lu Chen and others woke up one after another. Qianxuan went forward to explain the current situation to them. Everyone's expression became solemn. They also checked their mental strength. Sure enough, there was not much left. Everyone looked at each other. After a while, Qianxuan said softly, let's count the remaining combat power first. As she said that, she glanced at the spherical body. Although it seemed that there was no sign of it attacking them, she believed that, as long as they wanted to escape, what awaited them was a relentless pursuit and interception. The reason why they didn't move now was probably because they were confident that they would not let them escape from its control. This kind of teasing and contempt, like cat and mouse, was damn infuriating, but they had to take advantage of its contempt now, to buy more time to discuss countermeasures. My brother and I's combat power has basically not been affected, Linen said with a little complacency. The two of them were the only two physical ability users among the crowd, and they did not rely on mental power like attribute ability users and special ability users. Zhuang Yuan pulled out a dagger from his waist and began to wipe it. Although I can't use my superpowers, I can still fight with my physical strength and skills. After wiping the dagger until it was shiny, he took out a bottle of poison and began to poison the dagger. Everyone looked at the dark green creepy liquid and shifted their eyes. Shasha followed with a slight curl of her lips. Except for not being able to use my superpowers, my water attribute fighting spirit is not affected at all. At this time, she had forgotten all the complaints about her lack of magic talent in the past and became complacent about her fighting spirit talent. I can still use the second level fire attribute fighting spirit, Yixin said frustratedly. Although he still had some fighting power, only the second level was not enough. Yuan Shan grinned. I can also use the third level thunder attribute fighting spirit. The rest of the people looked at each other and were very frustrated. Looking at these and his own fighting power, which was still a little insufficient, Qianxuan pondered for a moment and took out large cans of gasoline from the space and distributed them to everyone. Fire is the natural enemy of plants. Even for mutant plants, I believe that, although the effect will be reduced a little, it will not be completely ineffective. You keep these first. If we can't handle it later, we can find a way to pour these gasoline around the mutant plants on the ground. Everyone nodded, and each took 2 cans and put them in the space props. In their trip, including Liangshu, Linhui and Linen, everyone had space props, which made their actions much more convenient this time. Then I will light the fire later. Qianxuan was eager to try, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Qianxuan also let him go, and continued, if the situation is so critical that we need to set a fire, then we must run quickly. Otherwise in this underground space, even if we are not burned to death, we may be suffocated or die of lack of oxygen. Everyone was startled and nodded to show that they knew. Qianxuan took out the longbow that was transformed into a person's height when Kangxi was in the sky and glanced at Zhuang Yuan, Shasha, Linhui, Linen, Yizhen and Yuanchang. Are you ready? Several people nodded. Qianxuan put on the bowstring and a black, white, and silver elemental arrow was formed. As the invisible fighting spirit in Qianxuan's body was wrapped around the arrow like a thread, it spun rapidly like a spiral, which was shocking. This was Qianxuan's new skill after reaching the 3rd level of Shan Wu Lao, and this was the first time it was used. I will lead, Linhui and Linen will attack, Shasha and Xiaochang will assist, Brother Zhuang will wait for an opportunity to attack, Yizhen will defend in the back, and the rest of you will meditate in the back and try to recover your mental strength. As soon as the words were finished, the elemental arrow in Qianxuan's hand was already spinning rapidly and shooting towards the spherical body in the center. The two sides collided, and a nearly 2-meter gap was knocked out on the surface of the sphere that touched the elemental arrow. A large piece of the vines on the surface was broken, and they kept regenerating and recovering, wriggling, and trying to rush towards Qianxuan. Linhui and Linen saw the opportunity and looked at each other. Linhui quickly stepped forward and accumulated strength a few steps away. He punched the gap created by Qianxuan with a thunderous force. The gap that was about to heal opened wider under such a powerful attack, and more vines were smashed. Seeing the effect, Linhui's eyes lit up, and he punched again without stopping. Then, punch after punch, the gap became bigger and bigger, and it could not heal. Linen, who was following behind Linhui, held a dagger and cut off the vines that attacked Linhui one by one. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. It was hard to see his figure. As he waved his hand, vines fell to the ground one by one, clicking and clicking like rain. After a successful attack, Qianxuan quickly left the place and shot another arrow in another place. In this way, 10 minutes later, there were dozens of gaps on the sphere, and the ground was full of broken vines. The vines on the surface of the sphere were wriggling violently. Meanwhile, Linhui kept moving his feet, and the positions of his punches became more and more clever. When everyone noticed, he had connected all the gaps unconsciously. From Qianxuan's point of view, the entire sphere seemed to be cracked from the inside, and the shape was extremely miserable. Behind Linhui, Linen and Linhui cooperated tacitly. After moving repeatedly, the two of them still kept a distance of 1 step away. Lin enhanced the short sword tightly, protecting Lin Hui in front of him, so that he could attack without any worries. Shasha was more cautious. She always followed behind Lin Hui and Lin to launch the water dragon slash. The number of times was not many, but she could always cover the entire sphere. After succeeding, she quickly fled. She was really cunning. As for Yuan Chan, he followed behind Shasha and released the thunder dragon slash once after she succeeded. Because of the assistance of Shasha's water attribute fighting spirit in front, the power was not small, and it always caused heavy damage to the sphere. Chapter 100 Qianxuan is in a coma. No. After a half-hour battle, Qianxuan dodged a vine that was pulled towards her with a beautiful turn. If we continue like this, we will not only consume our physical strength, but we don't know when we can hit its vital points. The others also knew that they could not fight a war of attrition anymore, but it was difficult to stop now. Although their attacks were effective, many vines on the surface of the sphere were eliminated, and the volume was reduced. However, everyone's physical strength was consumed, and their spirits were a little tired. If they continued, they would be exhausted and defeated before the central part was exposed. After exploring the little mental power that had been restored in the sea of consciousness, and then looking at the movements of everyone that had slowed down a little, she thought of the only skill that might work at the moment. Qianxuan gritted her teeth, put her left hand on the bow, and pulled the string with her right hand, pulling out a full moon from Kangxi, mobilizing the mental power that had just recovered to merge into the Dao Qibal in the middle danshan and the Qiheiaku point in the lower danshan, patiently leading the Dao Qi and internal force to merge together bit by bit, and then merged into her arms, causing Qianxuan's sleeves to swell up without wind. The intense pain made Qianxuan's hands tremble, and she almost couldn't hold the bow. But at this point, Qianxuan had no chance of giving up. A gust of air appeared in Qianxuan's right hand holding the bowstring. In a moment, a black arrow with a whirlpool of air was formed, followed by the second and third arrows. By the fourth arrow, her hands had been torn apart by the burst of fighting spirit, and blood seeped through her sleeves and ripped onto the ground. Qianxuan didn't care, and she didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the seventh arrow was formed. With this sigh of relief, the fighting spirit and internal force in her arms returned suddenly. Qianxuan only felt a dull pain in her chest. Although she tried her best to suppress it, she still had a surge of blood and qi, which had already caused internal injuries. The blinding blood gushed out of her mouth. However, at this time, she didn't want to give up anyway. She narrowed her eyes, trying her best to resist the dizziness in her brain, and attached a trace of mental power to each of the 7 arrows that had been formed. Get out of the way. Qianxuan's voice was vague and hoarse, but the people fighting in front could hear it clearly. They didn't hesitate, and each of them quickly jumped to both sides. When they stopped and looked back, they saw Qianxuan's miserable state and screamed. But Qianxuan no longer had the energy to pay attention to their reactions. She tried her best to stay awake and stared at the target. The fingers of her right hand that was on the string began to tremble melodiously. After a series of buzzing sounds, the 7 arrows were covered with a layer of silver light. 7-star life-chasing arrows. As Qianxuan shouted softly, the 7 arrows shot out one after another, whoosh and whoosh, and disappeared in the air in an instant. When they reappeared, the 7 arrows had appeared in a row 1 meter away from the spherical body and rushed towards a gap. The spherical body seemed to feel threatened, and the vines all over its body squirmed to cover the gap, but the effect was minimal. As soon as the vines met the first arrow, they suddenly turned into pieces. Then the 6 arrows behind caught up and connected head to tail to form a giant arrow nearly 6 meters long, shooting into the gap like a meteor. In an instant, the airflow on all the arrows seemed to come alive, cutting the layers of food vines like cutting meat and throwing them out in long and short pieces. Looking at the arrow with a significant effect in the blurred vision, Qianxuan's mind relaxed and completely fainted. Thinking in his mind, sure enough, it's still too reluctant. This injury will probably take a long time to heal. Qianxuan, who was well prepared behind him, quickly stepped forward and hugged Qianxuan's body, then waved his hand casually, and the little mental power that had just recovered was fully mobilized, forming a large explosion in the huge gap created by Qianxuan. Boom boom. As soon as the explosion sounded, everyone immediately came to their senses, showed their magical powers, and began to attack without leaving any room. A few minutes later, the spherical body had been cut half open, revealing a jet black capsule. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they attacked more vigorously. However, the capsule seemed very hard, and no matter how hard they attacked, they could not cause any wounds to it. Finally, Zhuang Yuan narrowed his eyes, took out a palm-high glass bottle, opened the lid, and poured all the transparent liquid inside onto the capsule. A hissing sound was heard, and a layer of foam quickly floated on the surface of the capsule. Zhuang Yuan picked up the dagger and gently cut the capsule. The capsule split in half, revealing the dark green crystal core inside that was the size of an adult's fist. Yuan Shan gasped, "What is that?" He pointed to the glass bottle that Zhuang Yuan had left aside with trembling hands. "Glass bottle." Zhuang Yuan blinked innocently, as if to say, "How could you not even recognize a glass bottle?" "I know. What I want to ask is what you just poured out of it?" Yuan Shang asked angrily. Others also looked at him curiously, waiting for his answer. "Nothing." Zhuang Yuan ignored everyone's rolling eyes, spread his hands and said, "It's just a concentrated biochemical poison that has a miraculous effect on plants and trees." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Come and see my sister." At this time, Qianxuan shouted at them impatiently, with undisguised anxiety in his tone. Everyone was shocked, and suddenly remembered the miserable state of Qianxuan they had seen before, and hurriedly gathered around, to see Qianxuan's condition. Shasha even woke up Liangshu, who was fainted by the vines, and dragged him to treat Qianxuan. Liangshu had no time to complain. When he heard that Qianxuan was injured, he didn't even need Shasha to pull him forward, and pushed away the crowd, and began to check Qianxuan. After a while, looking at the people waiting for his answer, Liangshu's face was slightly strange, as if he was troubled by something. Ignoring the people who were looking at him eagerly, he put his hand on Qianxuan's wrist. He had studied Chinese medicine, but he had never used it an asterisk, so he didn't think of it just now. "How is it?" Shasha saw Liangshu looking up and asked hurriedly. Liangshu rubbed his brows. "If I'm not mistaken, she should have suffered internal injuries." The internal injuries he mentioned did not refer to injuries to the internal organs, but the more mysterious damage to the meridians. This was the first time he encountered this in real life. He had only heard about it before. After a pause, he said, "I can't treat this kind of injury. She can only rely on herself." Qianxuan glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. "If I remember correctly, you are a doctor?" His tone was full of doubt. At this moment, the fire in his heart had already risen. Fortunately, he has learned to restrain his temper since the end of the world. If it were before, he would have grabbed the other person's collar and wanted to beat him. "Watch your words." Zhuang Yuan glared at him and scolded. But Qianxuan was always perverse and ignored his scolding, just turned his face away and continued to wipe the bloodstains on Qianxuan's chin. Liangshu was not angry. He smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. She must have barely managed to shoot the arrow just now, so she suffered internal injuries. As far as I know, the only way to treat this kind of internal injury is to have someone who practices the same technique use internal force to heal her, except for relying on herself." Shasha and others were discouraged. They all knew that Qianxuan's technique was very special and only she could practice it. "Then when will my sister wake up?" Qianxuan asked with a frown. Liangshu sighed. "It depends on her recovery. It may take 1 day at the fastest or 3 days at the slowest." After getting the answer, Qianxuan ignored him and took out a towel and dipped it in water to clean Qianxuan's face. Shasha looked at the mess around, then looked at the unconscious Qianxuan and pulled Zhuang Yuan's sleeve and said, "You clean up the battlefield here. Qianxuan and I will take Zhuangxuan to the aircraft room, change her clothes, and treat her arm injury." Qianxuan was now covered in blood. If she was awake, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Zhuang Yuan nodded, and Shasha and Qianxuan helped Qianxuan up on the left and right and left. Here, Zhuang Yuan began to ask everyone to clean up the battlefield to see if there was anything useful. In fact, there was nothing to clean, but Zhuang Yuan was very interested in those vines. "Don't think that they cut these vines very easily before." In fact, the defense of these vines is not low. It's just that they are all above level 3, and the strength of this mutant plant is not in defense, which creates the illusion that the vines can be easily cut. Zhuang Yuan's intention is to collect more of these vines and take them back to study something. After all, plants have fibers, and maybe these vines can be used to make a batch of protective clothing. However, what he felt was a pity that the previous bag was destroyed. Otherwise it could be used to make a whip or other weapons, which would definitely be very powerful. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.